Shalom, everyone, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. How is everybody doing? Brother David, how are you doing? Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. Oy vey, what a trip.
Oh, that was a trouble. That was trouble. How are you doing? What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, nothing. What's up?
Hey.
So what?
What?
Oh, just keep it like this.
What's going on?
Okay. Yeah, so we just came back from Israel, and it was indeed a very, very troublesome trip. But we're finally back. Hello everyone. Welcome to this place. As you can see, we went through quite some change during our trip to Israel, and now we are finally back. We also signed our official contract with the Mossad while we were there, so that we can now bring everything to the table fully and all that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not going to name any figures, but let's just say it's a lot of shekels.
Yeah, I was collecting them earlier, still like counting them. So yeah, for those who are aware, oh yeah, tattoos. Some people say short tattoos. Like, look at this sexy.
I got two. You know what's messed up is we both got this one, and I messed mine up. They put a thing over it. See how the skin's around it's all red. They said take it off after a certain amount of time, and I left it on there like a day and a half, and then my skin was dying. Anyway, so we went and got these cool matching ones, and then AP said he wanted another one across, so I said I'd go over there with them, and then you didn't want one, so then I got this on my finger.
Oh yeah. You can barely see it. You have to bring it closer.
Yeah, well, it's not going to focus. That's the problem. This thing's focus on my. Not going to focus. Yeah,
that's based. What is that?
It is a many centuries old design. They're not even quite sure what it was. The place we were at is it's a Coptic family that's been doing tattoos for 7 centuries. Apparently, it's a pretty big thing in among the Copts to get tattoos, even on their kids. They was breaking it down. Anyway. Some of their designs from centuries ago, they're not sure of some of what, like on this one, it's got 3 crowns. They don't know if that's the 3 wise men or if that's a Trinity symbol. And here they're not sure. It looks like Jesus lying down on the tomb, but there's like some sort of band going across his front. So they think that might have been some alternative theory of the crucifixion, like he was bound to the cross or something like that. Anyway, pretty cool stuff.
Nice. Nutters, what's up? I missed you, man. Welcome back, the very humble, funny, smart, non-nerd David Wood and AP2, I guess. Also nice, tiny hats. I know the hats are the most amazing thing. Welcome back to us, and welcome back to you, Nutters. Made a contribution with $100 off the very beginning. Fantastic, great to see. I also have a video right here. I want to just share a bunch of stuff to talk about, to remember and talk about what happened to our trip in Israel, and specifically in Jerusalem and all the other places. Here's a video. This is a fun video. Here we go again. Here you can see that David wants to put a tattoo of Jesus on his fist.
Who's this?
Once again.
Who's that? I remember that voice from somewhere. Who is that?
Which voice?
Whose voice is that?
That's my voice. What do you think?
Oh, that's you? Okay.
I think does it sound strange?
It does sound strange.
Huh, that's weird.
I thought it might have been like someone talking trash about me.
Oh, okay. And shows the world that Christianity is a violent religion.
He's saying that stuff right in front of this, right in front of the dude. Funny.
Oh, I cut it off. You said it's about to get violent.
Oh, did I?
That's what you said, but I already pushed the button. So it was kind of a fun moment to have on camera, but then,
yeah. Hey, you know, it's messed up because the dude was saying, because I'm like, how's not everyone getting this cool, putting a cool tattoo on their finger? He said that tattoos on fingers fade way more quickly than, you know, like on a shoulder or arm or something like that. And so I was thinking he meant like 5 years. I looked it up after I got it, and it said, yeah, that thing's going to fade in 6 to 12 months because it's based on how much skin is stretching. I looked it up after it's in again. I said it's based on how much the skin is moving and stuff. And I said your hands are moving more than moving. Hands and knuckles and joints and so on are what moves most and stuff. And that's why if you get a tattoo on your elbows or knuckles or even on your finger here, just your hands constantly moving, said it's going to fade. So we're going to see. I'm going to test it. I'm going to test and see how long this lasts.
Inshallah.
But in the meantime, I can punch demons out of people. I found that out.
That's fantastic. So
hey, we got it here. S. Campbell, Leviticus 18:8, tattoos are forbidden.
They are. Yeah. Why would you put tattoos on your face when it's clearly forbidden? Why would you do that?
Did you say on my face?
Yeah. Why would you put them on your face when it's clearly forbidden? Wait, I can't position my camera right here. What is this, man? Okay. All right. So, yeah, we saw a lot of things there. Bro, it's a yarmulke, no, homie, no cap. That's from the Ben Shapiro song. God, now I got distracted again. Yes. Okay. So we went to Israel. So what we did was we announced quite recently that we are going to Israel, and we organized a fundraiser, and we also said that we are past the planning phase. Okay, yeah, we're past the planning phase. We're going. Tickets already, everything already planned. And people thought that it would probably be like, I don't know, 2 months in the future or something like that. It wasn't like that at all. We had it planned, and I actually created the fundraiser like a week before we were about to leave, and we left. And lots of people were like, wait a minute, what? You guys are already gone? You guys are already here? You guys are already there? Yeah, well, that's what we did. So, and I wanted to go as soon as possible because we were already too late for certain things. By the time we went there, so we had a lot of stuff organized, like seeing certain sites, possibly going into Gaza, having a more direct visit to certain places that were attacked by Hamas and so on. When I was there, I was already told that certain places had been cleaned up and closed up, and we can't see them anymore. However, we have been to some really good places, to some really interesting places.
Yeah, like when we went to I don't know how to pronounce it, Sderot or where?
Sderot, yeah.
Yeah, so we went there, and that place was, I mean, you could still see bullet holes in some walls and so on, but I mean, that's a place where those guys took over a police station, barricaded themselves in the police station, left Jewish bodies all over the ground outside as a means to try and draw people in so that they could shoot them when they come, because Jews really, 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 really want to bury a body quickly. Mm-hmm. And so they leave the bodies around so that as people are trying to come take the bodies, they can shoot them. Anyway, they ended up leveling the police stations. That was all rubble, but it was all cleaned up by the time we got there. It's like an empty lot now, but that had been a police department that was taken over by terrorists and subsequently leveled. But it's all cleaned up now.
Yeah, what happened is the The terrorists immediately ran into that. Was one of the first places, one of the first cities that they attacked. They attacked the place. I think I have photos here lined up. They attacked the place. They went into the police station, took it over. We saw a bunch of camera footage of them coming and shooting a police officer, jumping off of their pickup trucks, running in there, and all that. They go in there, and what they also did, aside from simply leaving bodies outside, they planted grenades on bodies or under bodies, and otherwise trapped the whole place. And were basically expecting the police or the military to go in there and to be trapped and killed. And so what happens then is that these Hamas terrorists are inside the police department's building and waiting for security forces to come. The security forces realize that it's a whole big trap, so they start fighting, and eventually they just decide we have to take drastic measures here. So they start bombing the police station and basically destroying the whole thing and tearing it down with all the terrorists inside. And we saw footage of the whole thing. The whole place was leveled, and now they built a new place to have a new police station. It was, I don't know, it was really messed up to be there. Really messed up to be there. In fact, let's see. Let me bring up some footage here right away. I got a bunch of photos lined up. This is a graffiti thing, a painting that they had next to that whole place, next to the police station, basically just in by some artists to remember what happened on that day. It has 7/10/23 on here. Says Sderot, and it's just a reminder of the police station, how they brought in a tank to tear the thing down because it was fully booby trapped and all of that. Together with the Israeli flag, which has interestingly a hole in it, and so on.
Like the narrative about the Quran.
Yeah. Lots of stuff going on here. Here we have some guy who randomly entered the scene and started holding this big thing here, which was used to fire.
Yeah, it's a Hamas. That's a Hamas thing.
Is it?
Is it?
No, I think.
Oh, no. The other one was the one that looks like a little rocket.
Yeah. You know what's messed up? When we were taking these photos, I didn't realize a pretty bad and pretty sad and pretty messed up detail here in this in that whole scene.
Yeah, you're goofing off, and
and only when I looked at the photos I realized that right there in the corner is a teddy bear that has paint and blood on it, which says kidnapped, with all the hostage photos and all of that. And yeah.
And well, when you said there was something messed up about this, I thought you were going to talk about Daniel Brown. So I'm not. I almost never pay attention to TikTok unless someone tells me I have to check out a specific video to comment on it or something like that. But Daniel Brown has like 5 million followers on TikTok. He's not big on YouTube or Twitter, but he's huge on TikTok. And we walk in the room and he's holding this thing like it's his penis. and a woman who volunteers there walks by and goes, "Nice." There you go. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, and she's doing the translating, and she comes there and she's like, "Nice." And
oh boy.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that was
that
was done on that day, on the tragic day that we went through that place. Wait a minute, here's that other piece. Here's me just holding.
Now that's a Hamas unit there.
Yeah. This is a Hamas projectile thingy, and this is, I don't know why. I still don't know why you guys gave this to me here. I remember you handing that to me and saying, "Hold those together. I'll make a photo."
Yeah, it kind of didn't make sense. You're trying to compare like Hamas with Israel, but it kind of doesn't make sense because you're actually holding a Hamas rocket, which is supposed to represent the stronger force. So yeah, didn't make any sense.
That is true. That is completely stupid, but
that's why I would have left that. I would have left that out completely. But since it's already there, I apologize to everyone for coming up with a dumb idea about the dart. I have to rethink it, and maybe I'll come up with something better next time.
Yeah, yeah. The Tamir interceptor missile operated by Iron Dome. This is one of the. This is an example of one of the things, the interceptors that are fired through the Iron Dome. So whenever in the Israel's Iron Dome defense system, whenever a missile appears and seems to fly toward Israel from Gaza, these things detect it and go off and immediately fly and intercept those missiles. And here is a piece of one of those. This is a messed up reality that Israel decided to just live with for 15 years, or no, for almost 20 years. So in the year 2005, Israel decided to disengage from Gaza, to remove all Israelis from Gaza, and to say, we are out. This is yours. Now show us that you will build something out of this and make peace. Of course, Gaza immediately elected Hamas. Hamas took over, kicked out all of the other parties, and said, no peace. We will fight until we take all of Israel. Upon which Israel said, well, if that's the case, then we will keep a blockade in place and keep it that way until you guys decide to make peace with us and to recognize each other. However, in 2006 or 2007, Hamas already began firing missiles at Israel, especially the southern part of Israel surrounding the Gaza Strip. And what happened is that Israel decided to, well, as long as that is going on, let's establish a very good defense system and intercept all those missiles. Now, some missiles still come through, others are intercepted, and you can some shrapnel drops down and might hit buildings or people. But that is basically what Israel decided to just accept as a reality, and that just makes me think, which other country would actually accept that? I mean, I would expect, if you remove yourself from Gaza, and Gaza then just immediately breaks down all kinds of peace agreements and says, we're just going to shoot missiles at you from now on, I would think, well, okay, we tried it, that's it, and just roll in there and take the whole thing down, take the whole project down. Israel decided to just live with that for 20 years until finally things broke down on October 7th. That is Hamas. That is the Palestinian territories. That's the reality.
You gotta put this stuff on your tattoo. You remembering?
Of course, I'm doing that. I've been doing that the whole time.
Yeah, I forgot today.
That's why it looks so smooth. Look at that. Yeah, that's why it looks so smooth. Where's it? Here it is.
Yeah, all my skin died because I left that thing on.
Skins die. That's what they do. Yeah. All right, David.
Hey, yo, what's up?
What did you take away from the trip that we had? I will go into much more detail here on what actually happened, but just to say, what are some things that you took away as a general message from what you saw in Israel?
You were a terrible traveling companion. That is one.
That is true. We should never ever go on a trip together again.
No. Not without like a completely third person neutral party.
Yeah.
To moderate all disputes, mediate all disputes. There's lots of takeaways, and you should seriously make. You mentioned it when we're on our way back, but you should seriously make like a 10 things I learned or 10 myths that were debunked and so on.
I'm working.
One of the things that stands out is how little they want to offend Islam or risk offending Islam. And that's kind of in multiple ways. I mean, like the Jewish population, even when we were talking to people whose families are still being held hostage, they're just like that. They'll talk about wanting to get their family members back and stuff. And then they'll say, but we understand this has nothing to do with Islam and that Islam doesn't advocate killing Jews or taking captives. And you and me are sitting there like, you don't want to interrupt someone who's talking, about trying to get their sister back or something like that. But I mean, it's like, you're still defending this. You guys are defending this stuff. So one, there's not a lot of hostility towards Islam. They will direct it at Hamas, but not a lot towards Islam. And then even some of you may remember you had a guy He goes by the Muslim Cowboy, and I posted. I didn't say a word of insult, AP. I just posted a picture of us outside the Western Wall, and I said, "Who knows?" Right. I said, "Who knows where we are?" And the Muslim Cowboy replied, "Under my foot." And
very bad idea.
So what did I do? I instantly took a Quran and put it under my foot and posted a picture of that on Twitter. And then they got access to you somehow. You get contacted by someone from the Israeli government who shall remain nameless, who says, "Hey," because you shared it. So you shared it. So they must have been checking your account.
Yeah.
Because they've been having their eyeballs all over you since. We should tell everyone about the airport. I got to get my phone for that one because that was awesome.
Oh, wait, we'll do that. Yeah, after this is done. Yeah.
So that was funny. So anyway. So you get contacted by someone from the Israeli government who said, "Hey, you shared a thing, and just so you know, if you guys took that picture in Israel and then posted it, that's illegal here in Israel." They didn't say anything about us making fun of Muhammad. They did say something about me putting my foot on the Quran. So I'm wondering what the law actually is. But it was funny. So they say, "Hey, you should tell your friend to take that down because if someone sees it, you could get arrested for that sort of thing." And I thought it'd be really cool to go to an Israeli jail and how that might actually help Israel, because if the Dawa guys find out that Israel locked up the Dizzle to protect the Quran. They might be like, maybe we're wrong about Israel all along. These Jews are all right. So I was thinking it may actually help, but was also thinking it could potentially massively screw up the stuff we're trying to do. Even if they lock me up for 2 or 3 days or something like that, it might screw up a lot of what we're trying to do over there. Anyway, so I took it down, soon to be put back up whenever someone annoys me for 5 seconds.
Yeah, there was so David is basically summarizing the whole thing. And it's a very watered down version of what actually was sent to me. And it was like, so the whole thing was not the entire trip, but the most important part of the trip was organized. We were supposed to, on the 20th, go and visit the Gaza envelope, which is the part of Israel that surrounds the Gaza Strip, and supposed to tour that and see much of the sites that were attacked. And shortly after David posted that picture with his foot on the Quran, I get contacted and I'm like, can you please explain this certain tweet? This can be seen as very inappropriate and problematic and could get us in trouble. And what is this about? If these things continue, then we cannot work together and all of that. And I was like, oh yeah, no, this was just a personal thing, just something that was going on, just something that was there happening and all that. And they were like, well, under these circumstances, you can't post these things in Israel. We don't allow these things. It is against the law. And disrespecting somebody's holy book, some people's holy book. This is not something that that is accepted in Israel.
Like, hold up, this book that calls Jews the worst of creatures.
Yeah.
Don't want to disrespect that book, eh?
That is the law in Israel. That is the law. So they contact me and they're like, what is going on? You can't be doing this. Yeah, by working together, I mean, organizing this trip together, and because in order to visit those places, we have to be accompanied by somebody who is, there on behalf of the government and who coordinates the whole trip with security forces and this and that. Some of the places that we went to, including Kibbutz Kisufim, which is so the kibbutz system in Israel is like a community system that these are very well organized, very nice communities that are also that are very close to Gaza. And when we were there, for example, the whole place was full of soldiers, IDF personnel. Everyone was armed. And people who are there, at least a representative who is with us, must be armed at all times in order to be there. So this is a very serious thing. That's why we need the government there to be with us. So when they saw that, they were like, "This is not okay." And I somehow talked through that with them for a while, and eventually said, "You know what? I'm gonna tell David to delete it." And they were like, "Okay, delete it, please. And it's very important that you guys don't do such things while you're here." And I was like, okay. Let's just let's just all calm down. So we did that, and we both did think it would be funny if Israel actually locked us up, because maybe it would be good for Israel. I don't know.
That would be hilarious. I mean, seriously, I'd like to see what a jail is like there. I mean, if they offer me and said, "Hey, you want to get locked up for 3 days? You won't be in any actual trouble or anything like that. Would you like to go to jail here for 3 days?" I would totally do that.
Isn't that so interesting? Like, people say all kinds of terrible things about Israel. Like, these Islamists come here like, Israel is against Muslims and against Islam and against Arabs.
And they're like about to lock us up over offending the Quran.
That was real. I didn't even expect that. That was when I was like, I hope we can resolve this. I don't want the whole plan to go down the drain.
Hey.
I was really worried, man. What?
Hey, we got to tell them about trying to get on the plane to Israel. So it's New York. It was crazy. We're in New York. We're in New York. At first, we try to go there, and the guy looks at us suspiciously. He says, "Come back later." 5:30 or whatever. So we come back later, and we go up, and they separate us, and they're like, "Hey, you with him?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then they're checking you out, and they look you up in the computer. And like, "You got 2 passports?" and then it was all downhill from there.
Yeah.
But I'll tell everyone when things really went off. So how long do you think we're there? Like 40, 45 minutes or so?
Yeah. So everyone was basically passing through. I was there, and I was there for like 30.
Yeah. Everyone else, they check them, ask a couple questions, and boom, they're gone. They got us there for like 40 minutes. And it's mainly about you, and they've got me there because they're pestering me with questions about you.
Yeah. It was mostly about me. It was because they were like, "Oh, wait, where are you from?" "Oh, I'm of Turkish origin, and your name is Ridvan. So you have a Muslim name, okay? Why do you have an American passport that was never used before? Why is this new?" And I'm like, "Oh, because I just became an American citizen." Like, when? This and this. Okay, so do you have another passport? Yes, I have a Turkish one, but I don't have it with me. Okay, so you were born in Turkey? Yes. On your passport here, it says you were born in America. And I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, they screwed up. They screwed up. The U.S. government screwed up AP's passport that says he was born in the U.S. and he had just admitted that he's born in Turkey. So this thing looks all kinds of fake, even though it's not. The U.S. government screwed it up. So.
Yeah, they made a mistake when they handed me my passport, and they showed me my passport, and I take it, I'm like, what? How did this
happen? You didn't even notice, and you start laughing.
Yeah, I started cracking up. I'm like, this is a mistake.
Which is funny because it actually it kind of helped the situation because you started laughing about it.
Yeah, instead of getting nervous, I just got all funny, and it was like, I can't believe this. This is hilarious. Like, I wasn't born in the US. I was born in Germany, actually. Oh yeah, okay. I thought I was born in Germany. No, that's the thing. That's the reality. Now I got confused. I was born in Germany, but I have a Turkish passport because I was a Turkish citizen, and I lived in Turkey, and now I'm in America. But the passport says I was born in the USA, and I didn't notice it until we were there. They put it in my face and say, "Why does it say you were born in America?" And I'm like, "Wait, what? That's a good question." So I tried to explain this to them. After a while, they saw that I was quite comfortable, and I was quite straightforward with everything. They were like, "Okay, so what's your relationship to Turkey? What are you doing? Where are you staying?" One of the funny things was we booked a place in East Jerusalem.
Whoa, hang on. Oh, you're still talking about what we were saying.
Yes.
Okay. I thought you were moving on to when we got there. All right, but go ahead. Because there's a lot more to this story.
Yeah. They asked me, okay, so when you go to Israel, where will you stay? And I said, "Oh, we booked a place in Jerusalem." They're like, "Which part of Jerusalem?" I said, "East Jerusalem, the old city." And then they're like, "Why?" Because East Jerusalem is is very contested, majority Arab, majority Muslim, and so on. And I'm like, because it's very close to the historical sites, and we want to go there and take a bunch of footage and stuff like that. And they're like, usually people just book a place in the modern part and then just go there for to look at things. I'm like, I know, but we just wanted to do that out of convenience. And they're like, okay. And they keep going back and forth between me and David.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked me about my family. I said I'm married. I don't have much contact to my parents anymore because of my life choices, this and this and that. And I was very open about what I do, that I'm an ex-Muslim, that I criticize Islam online, that I'm basically there to report on things and all of that. Then they went over to ask David about his personal life.
Yeah, so they're asking everything, and everything that we say that could possibly be verified, they want to check it like right there. We're like, oh, we're YouTubers. Put me on your channel. This guy scrolled through every single video on my channel and is asking me questions. What's that about? What's that about? Right? He's like, hey, if we open up your suitcase right now, we're going to find a bunch of free Palestine stuff in there. And I'm like, no, you're not. I'll open it up for you right now. Right. And so then they're asking like, and so how long have you known him? Like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years. And do you know his family? I'm like, I haven't like met them and stuff. What about his parents? I was like, he's an ex-Muslim, so I don't think things are going really well with his Muslim family. So I don't know anything about that. And so they're pestering me with questions, and they're asking me to verify anything. Like, what about you? Are you married? Yeah. How many kids you got? And I'm telling, and they go, all right, show us pictures for everyone you just said. And here's what was funny. So I pull out my phone. This guy, like I've got thousands of pictures on here of various things because I never empty the thing, and I've had this forever. So like everything I've ever taken a picture of. Anyway, by this time I'm like, I'm like, trying to get along with the dude and like laughing and stuff like this. And so he's like, show me pictures of your family. And I got a million pictures of my family here. Let me just scroll through. And I scrolled through the pictures on my phone. And this is what I landed on, everyone. I don't know if you can see that. It's AP on a gun ranch with an AR-15. That's what it landed on. Now, fortunately, he didn't see it because I was like this. So this is what I went like. I go, he goes, show me those pictures. And I go, look, man, I got all the pictures. I'll just scroll. And I go like this. Well, let me find something here. And I went right back to oh yeah, here's a picture of my grandma with my youngest son. See, look right there. So I was like that.
Like, what are the odds, man? What are the odds? It's just,
yeah, of all the thousands of pictures on there, scrolling APs with an AR-15 when they're literally trying to verify that you're not a terrorist.
Yeah.
Oh man,
that was funny. Eventually they came back to me and they started they asked me about my activities because I gave them my Twitter handle and my YouTube handle, and I said, hey, look it up. It's all there. Go look it up.
Yeah.
You will see.
And they're making us show them stuff on our phones, but then they actually go to their computers. They go to their computers and are looking up our stuff.
Yeah. And then they came back to me and said, so what is your YouTube channel about? And then I thought, yeah, this is where things will turn around. So I took my phone and opened my YouTube channel and I showed them, look, here's my YouTube channel. These are the videos that I make. This is me. These are recent videos that I published. Look, here are the titles. Here's the content. Here's how some live streams that we have had recently. That's me and him together. We've been talking about this whole Israel situation. And then suddenly, after seeing that, they went back and looked it up again on their own, stuff. And then they came back totally changed, totally friendly and supportive.
And what did they do?
And then they were like, oh, okay, very interesting, very good stuff. Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for all your patience, and sorry for having you, wait so long and all of that. And then they call us and they say, hey guys, here are your boarding tickets, by the way. And on the boarding tickets, they gave us priority boarding or priority security checks or something. Yeah. That's something like that. So after everything was said and
so
done,
we got to go to a different. Yeah, we got to go to a different line, the quick line.
Yeah. Then we got to skip everyone and just go to the quick line, and that was fantastic. It turned around there, and it was pretty awesome.
I thought we're going to be dealing with the same thing on the way back a little bit, because they're not as worried about people leaving as they are about people coming over there. They want to check everyone because you don't want let someone in and they run over and to support Hamas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Jump across the line. But on the way back, then I was fine. They were about to let me totally through. I'd answer the questions, and then you come over and I say hi, and they go, "Oh, you with him?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Yeah, wait right here." And they told me, made me wait again. And but that guy was cool because he was joking. I mean, I ended up joking around with him and stuff like this. And he goes, "You got any weapons or sharp objects in your bag?" And I go, "Weapons?
Oh,
Just these." And anyway, he was cool.
Yeah. What happened then is when we were coming back, they actually put a little stamp on my passport, and which meant that there is an extra security measure that where they have to put me in a certain line and have to do a deep search of my belongings, which is understandable. I had a very bulky suitcase that also had like so many electronics in it and all of that. And at first, when I was there, I thought, "Wow, you know what? I've seen everything. This is it. This is it. This is like pure blatant racism, Islamophobia, Jewish supremacists, and all of that." But then I looked in front of me. There were just a bunch of Jews with yarmulkes standing also in that special line. So I thought, well, I guess I can't play the victim here. So, yeah, that was that. And after that, everything was just fantastic. It was good. But during our trip there, we had some very, very interesting times. We stayed for half of our trip in Jerusalem, in the Christian quarter.
Hey, yo! Even before that, the entire thing got derailed literally from the moment we landed. From the moment we landed. So, guys, we had all these plans about traveling. We're going to go to Jerusalem for a few days. Then we're going to head down to the Dead Sea area. Then we're going to head up north to Galilee, Nazareth. And it's crazy because we were actually, we were trying to meet with some people who are going to be, we wanted to get both sides. Like we can't go to Gaza and ask people stuff there. We're not allowed there. We're not allowed in there. But there are people in Israel who have different views and so on. So we wanted to actually meet with some people and get some different perspectives. And when we were supposed to land, I'd been contacted by an Arab Christian man and woman, and the woman said she left Islam on her own, but then she became a Christian after watching my stuff. And they were saying, she was saying, "Hey, we'd love to meet you in the airport and stuff like that." And they were going to take us to Jerusalem after doing an interview. They said they could actually get together with them and some Arab Christians who live in Israel to discuss whether Israel is an apartheid state. And they seemed very Israel friendly. But we also heard from some that aren't too Israel friendly that we were going to meet up in the Nazareth area later on. But anyway, we land, and they had said they were gonna meet us there in the gate and so on. We get there, no one's there, and then we stand around waiting, get our bag, get the bags and all that stuff. And all of a sudden, I was like, "Oh, let me check my email," and she said, "Oh, our car broke down, we can't make it." And I was like, and she sent this hours earlier, but I wasn't checking my stuff. So anyway, no problem. We'll just rent a car. Wrong. There were 0 rental cars at any rental car agency in the entire place. I don't know what was going on. So then we had to figure out how to use the train system. But notice we're supposed to land, meet with some people, do an interview there. I was going to post that. Then they were going to take us to Jerusalem. It was all going to be smooth. Instead, didn't get that. Then had to figure out the train and bus system to get to Jerusalem.
I told David he should have predicted this because there were already 2 factors that were totally a giveaway here. Because he trusted that these 2 people would pick us up, but he should have rejected the thing from the get-go because 2 factors. 1, they're Arabs. 2, they're Christians. Like, how do you trust?
You see this? This is the racism that I had to deal with on a daily basis. There, AP is trying to start a real apartheid state. So then we get to Jerusalem. We're already like pretty ticked off and annoyed because we're just chilling on this train and bus. I'm fine on trains and buses, but when you got like luggage for almost 10 days or whatever like that, and I don't know, it was an annoying, crappy start to the trip, and it was all downhill from there, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I mean, as far as it was downhill in terms of everything we planned. apart from actually taking the tour of the sites, every other plan we had was completely derailed. But it was replaced by other stuff that was totally unexpected and just came out of nowhere. Like, oh, if you want to talk about because
Yeah,
the thing that
there are
seemed
certain
the
things
thing
that
I was just saying things seem to change when you got invited over to that panel discussion, and then you get called out in the panel discussion. Hey, back there's an apostate prophet. He's combating radical Islam, and everyone cheers for you. And all of a sudden, everyone loves you. All of a sudden,
the whole trip changed after that. That was very unexpected, very amazing. So my whole plan was just to go there and meet lots of different people and have all of these bunch of interviews. And from the first day on, things went a little bit wrong. But I thought, okay, you know what, we're gonna fix that. But then I was in touch with somebody that I want to give a big shout out here while we're here, since he did the very same thing to me in a much better way. So Visegrad 24 is the channel, a news organization. Let me put this here right on the screen. Visegrad 24 has been a rising star on Twitter, also known as X, in terms of news. I have been following them very closely. And the guy in charge, the founder, is Stefan Thompson. He's a Polish-British dude.
Polish.
Yeah, very nice guy. He contacted me like a week or so before we left for Israel, and he said, "Hey, we need to talk. We should talk sometime. It's nice to meet you and stuff like that." Because he just saw something about me, that I'm an ex-Muslim and all that. And I was like, "Yeah, cool, okay, nice." And when I was there in Israel, I texted the guy and said, "Hey, by the way, what's up? How you doing? I'm in Israel." And he said, "Oh yeah, I'm in Israel too. Let's talk." And then he just called me right away and said, "Hey, what's up? How you doing? I wanted to tell you, tonight we have an event in Tel Aviv. I'm there. I'm going to speak with Michael Rappaport and Aviva and other people. You should come over." And I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, sure." So I told David, we just canceled other things that we had on our minds and just went there.
Yeah,
And
and but a little side note, that's what kept happening every single day, right?
yeah, yeah.
So I get progressively more and more annoyed because every single thing I have planned, it's like then something else pops up, and we're like, oh, let's go to that, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll try to squeeze this in tomorrow, but then the next day it's all the same, it's all other stuff too. But yeah, that sort of then everyone wanted to meet and hang out with AP and start having them on their shows and stuff like that while we're out there.
That was totally unexpected. I didn't have in mind meeting anyone like different, anyone special. So we were invited to this event. Went there, and here is the guy, Stefan. Absolute amazing guy. He during this event, so we sat down. We are there in the very back row, David and I, and we're listening.
Hey, hold on, hang on. Remember what I told you when we're sitting?
Yes.
Because Visegrad, he's like running this thing as far as like keeping the discussion going and so on, and he's the one who invites you there. So you're like important, and you walk in like, where are we sitting? I'm like, dude, you got to remember the words of Jesus. Don't take the best seat. Don't take the best seat. Take the worst seat. Get all the way in back. And that way, if someone calls you out, it's like, oh, look how humble this guy is. We know it's not true with you, but that would give that appearance. So we sit in the dead last row, and then AP gets shouted out. He's just, here I am back here.
We're in the middle of it. I'm looking at my phone. I'm checking texts and doing this and that while listening to the conversation. And then Stefan is speaking at some point, the Visegrad guy. And in the middle of it, while I'm checking my phone, he says, and there are some people who battle radical Islam, and it's very brave of them. And one of those I want to mention here is Ridvan Aydemir, apostate prophet. He's here somewhere. Please get up. And I'm like, what? So I get up, and he's like, "Please, a round of applause. He's doing a great job." And I'm like, "Okay, I didn't expect any of this." So everyone turns around, looks at me, and I thank everyone. And I already start receiving messages from people who are in the room right there on Twitter and elsewhere. And then I sit down later again into the discussion. He again brings me up and is like, and yeah, I want to once again mention the apostate prophet. Like, he's back there, good, very, very nice job and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, wow, this is really, really getting out of hand. So I went there and thanked him after that, and he just He just was like, "Hey, come here, come over here. Hey, AP, come over here. Let me introduce you to this guy and to that guy and to this guy." And he introduced me to Michael Rappaport and to Aviva Klumpas is the other one here. She's on Twitter, has like over 200,000 followers, and she was the UN speechwriter for Israel at some point. Here's Fleur Hassan Nahum. She is the deputy mayor of Jerusalem.
And your new best friend.
Yeah, I formed some interesting friendship with her. Michael Rappaport is right here, Hollywood actor. He was recently the dad role in the show Atypical.
Hey, and it was crazy because after we met him and stuff and started sharing stuff with him, then like one of the dumbest tweets I've ever sent, but it was dead serious. So I went to the Dome of the Rock, and I'm standing right outside the wall because I just went up there for some pictures because I recorded a pretty detailed video on the history of the Dome of the Rock right out there outside the Dome of the Rock. But I wanted some close-up pictures and stuff, like when I talk about demons being on the side of this thing. I don't know why they chose those marble structures, but they look like demon heads and so on. So I want some close-up pictures. So I'm going up there taking pictures, and I can hear through the wall, I hear, oh, 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 and I'm like, what the heck is going on in there? And so anyway, I posted about it later, and to be fair, I'm assuming it's some sort of creepy religious ritual or something like that, because the reason was later on I was going through the city on my way up I was through the Muslim Quarter to get to the Pool of Bethesda. And I went by I was right beside another mosque, and I heard the same moaning. So I don't know if that's some weird thing. That's not like what I normally hear from them in prayers and stuff. It sounded like someone moaning while boning. So it could be, I don't know. But anyway, I tweeted, I was like, hey, I heard I was outside the Dome of the Rock, and I heard this sound coming from inside the Dome of the Rock. And it sounded like some guy having sex with a child bride or a goat or something. Anyone know what that is? Like Michael Rappaport retweets this. So yeah, anyway, he's a funny dude. You know what I really like about him? Because as we were just pointing out, everyone seems really like not wanting to be offensive towards Islam and so on. And I think he can have a positive impact in terms of just saying, guys, something screwed up, just say it. Say whatever's in your mind there. But yeah, it's been cool like that.
The guy has no filter. And he's a very nice guy. Look, a lot of people often get kind of annoyed by him. Like people got a lot annoyed by him, for example, over the last years, because of some very harsh things that he said over the years to people in political discussions. I wasn't really following him very closely or anything. I just saw him every now and then. But then when I met him there, I quickly realized that the guy is just on a personal level. He's such a nice guy and very humble and just like totally okay with making an idiot out of himself, asking you questions. I don't know. He started just talking to us regularly. And one day, one of the last days that we actually that we were there, we were walking, and he was again with the crew. So after this day here, when we met, we started hanging out with these guys quite frequently. And that day when I saw him, he comes over to me and he's like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, yeah, good. I posted this thing earlier on Twitter, just dealing with the response. And he's like, yeah, I saw that, man. And he's just very vulgar. He's like, yeah, I saw that, man. Fuck those guys. A bunch of Nazi effers. Those whatever.
It was
suckers,
interesting.
It's
It was interesting because he was asked about approaches and stuff during this panel right there, and he said, "Guys, you need voices of all kinds of all types to reach all kinds of people. So you need people like me, talking like me, because there are people out there who listen to that more than they'll listen to something else. And you need other positions. You need scholarly sounding people, and so yeah,
very down to earth guy on a personal basis. Exchanged numbers, said whatever you need, just let me know, and so on. It was very, very, very surprising. I didn't even know that he was going to be in Israel, honestly, when we went there.
Yeah, and he was like a rock star, just walking down the street. Like every single person he passed, we're in Tel Aviv, and just him walking down the street, every person he passes, like running up to him, wanting selfies with him and stuff.
Yeah,
and I mean, it's interesting because he's not like, it's not like Brad Pitt or something like that. I first saw him and I told him the story. I first saw him in the 1990s and it was in the film Higher Learning, where he played. It's ironic because he's Jewish, but he was playing a neo-Nazi, a skinhead in that movie. And I told him that my neighbor's daughter had started hanging out with like white supremacists, and their mom didn't know what to do. And I was like, I just saw Higher Learning. That might help her out, so I'll take her. So I took her and some of her little friends to watch Higher Learning, and she walks out of the movie and she goes, I used to support the skinheads, but now I'm not sure. And I was like, ha, that did work. That was cool. So anyway, I told him that story.
Yeah, that was nice. We went to his bar mitzvah apparently. So he was born Jewish, but he never really cared, and he was kind of a wild character. And he made a video recently where he said, when I was younger, I went to school, and I never got my bar mitzvah because I went there for one day and they kicked me out and said never come back. So anyway, he went there to Israel to do his bar mitzvah. He started embracing his Jewish side and getting in touch with Israelis and all of that after October 7, especially after lots of celebrities started becoming anti-Israel and anti-Zionist and all that. And we joined his whole ceremony, and is walking through the places in Jerusalem. We went to this whole underground archaeological digging sites together with him, had things explained to us. They made a big surprise for him where there were a bunch of soldiers, and they welcomed him and celebrated him. He's here somewhere dancing with all these people. Where is he? Oh, right there. He's back there somewhere.
He's over there on the left. You see right there. He's over on the left there.
Yeah, right there. It was very, very interesting moments. Was very, 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 very cool. He was telling he wasn't even telling a joke. He was talking about some movements in America, and he was talking about there was a few years ago, these neo-Nazis walking through a place and saying Jews will not replace us, and he was talking about that, and I guess I caught him here say something funny.
It is Jews will not replace us. So if we're going to replace anybody, why would we replace you motherfuckers?
Did you hear that?
Yeah. So he is like, I mean, who's bigger than him is like a hero in Israel right now. Everyone loves him everywhere he was going.
Yeah. Interesting guy. Interesting.
So it's just interesting because I think what I really think the issue is. I think they've got a lot of like Douglas Murray types or Visegrad. They're very well spoken, intellectual sounding guys, and he's just spitting it. Man, screw these guys, screw them. Right. I think people are like liking that.
Yeah.
Like someone who's just saying it and saying screw you if you disagree with me.
Yeah. Let's see. Been a lot of talks about Talmudic tunnels, conspiracy theories. I'm in a tunnel under Jerusalem right now to find the roots of Jewish history, and it's amazing. What a random video. That's what I did my whole.
I got another video. Mine's better because we're in an ancient tunnel, and you start talking about the Talmudic tunnels again. Why are you so obsessed with these Talmudic tunnels? I don't know, but
wait, what was that? Where was that?
That was when I was recording the archaeological thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I was recording you, and you walk up and you're like, "Hey, you know how Daniel Kichu talking about the Talmud tunnels?"
This video is so stupid. This video went viral. I recorded this as a joke.
A total joke.
I recorded this as a complete joke.
By the way, I found out what that is. That's the exit to the Dome of the Rock, but Muslims are allowed to go through there. That's where everyone else has to exit the Temple Mount. So you go up one way, and this is how, because I didn't realize until I exited, I was like, oh, this is where we got stopped the other day. So if you're a non-Muslim, you can't walk up through there. And so they stopped us. Like, hey, are you Muslims? No, we're not Muslims. And then anyway, we're walking away, and you recorded this.
I published this video, and suddenly it's like bunch of huge
everyone's taking it seriously.
Start reposting this as well, and then people start taking it seriously, and It was just a joke, man. Don't calm down. So stupid. So we just went this way,
We just went there.
and we had to turn back. We were stopped because we were asked if we are Muslims, and of course we aren't Muslims. So we said no, we're not Muslims.
They said turn back. They
Isn't
said
this
you're not allowed here. Only Muslims.
only Muslims are allowed here? They said this
So-
is apartheid.
Yeah. People have been saying it's an apartheid state, and it turns out, yes, it is.
It is indeed an
We're being
apartheid state.
oppressed.
This is literally discrimination. I want to go through there and I can't because I'm not a Muslim. This is apartheid.
It's literally genocide.
Literally ethnic cleansing. Alhamdulillah. I even said Alhamdulillah in the end. Like it's obviously a joke.
Yeah, and me sitting there, we were literally genocided. And then people, yo, David, what an apostate prophet complaining.
So ridiculous.
Oh boy.
People.
Oh boy.
I say Alhamdulillah, and they're like, "Oh, you see, they're complaining now about Israel."
Smart people we're dealing with here.
Very, very interestingly smart people. Okay, let's see what else happens here. This is what I took when I was going somewhere. This is an interesting. This is an interesting observation. When I was flying, when I was on the plane, looking out the window on my flight from Chicago to New York, I noticed that there is no curve out there. So I quickly took this photo and marked this. I'm going to keep this as evidence to show to people when the time comes, when humanity is ready.
Yeah, send that to Daniel Hakikachu, and he goes, you see, AP has been persuaded by the powerful evidence.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Wow, look at this. Where's the zabuba? I don't see it as a zabuba.
If the earth were round, it would be shaped like a zaboob.
Yeah, and yes. And then we arrived in Israel, and here's the thing I noticed. Like we're walking there, and I see. Wait a minute. What is this here? Passport control, Hebrew, English, Arabic.
What?
What? And then
What?
And then I noticed that this is very common in Israel. And for some reason, I never even thought about this. Until I went there, until we landed there, I never even thought about it. But I go to Israel, we land in Tel Aviv, there is always Hebrew, English, Arabic, or Hebrew, Arabic, English. Then we go to Jerusalem, Hebrew, Arabic, English. We go to any other place, Hebrew, Arabic, English. We go into the tram, announcements, first Hebrew, then Arabic, then English. We go into the train, Hebrew, Arabic, English. We go somewhere else, Hebrew, Arabic, English. We go to Jerusalem, and we hear the loud call to prayer of Islam, and everybody else has to listen to it. I forgot I got Tel Aviv.
We got recordings of that. Yeah.
I go to Tel Aviv, and we hear again the call to prayer. And I'm thinking to myself, hold on. So we are told all the time that Israel is this racist apartheid state that is like so anti-Arab and so anti-Muslim that they're basically hunting Arabs down, as Daniel Kikichi makes it look like. And yet these guys have Arabic left and right and everywhere, and they don't even have to do this, but they're just doing it. And I go around and I'm confused, and I ask regular Israelis, I say, so I see that Arabic is everywhere around you. What do you guys think of this? And they're like, oh, we don't have a problem with that. Nobody even thinks about it. Nobody bothers. It's fine. This is part of our life, and we actually appreciate it. But and then I go on Twitter, and people are telling me that Israel is this apartheid state that is racist, where you can't be an Arab and can't be a Muslim. And then I go again to the Israeli person who stands next to me and say, "So you guys don't have a problem with all of this?" And they're like, "No, of course not. We like it. We like having Arabic in our culture. We use it all the time. We engage with it. It's okay. This is good." And then I go back on Twitter, and they're saying they're killing Arabs in Israel. This is just one of those instances where you can see how people talk all kinds of crap about Israel, and it's just when you go there, it is nothing like that at all. Nothing like that at all. and this is only the beginning. One day we went to a restaurant. Remember, there was this waitress. She talked to us. She was like, "So what are you guys doing?" And I said, "Oh, we are YouTubers." And she was like, "YouTubers? Whoa! Show me a channel." And of course, she's expecting that we're some like pop stars or something. And I opened my YouTube channel.
The prank channels or something like that, because then all the waitresses gather around us like we're super hot stuff, and then you show them, you see, we destroy Islam, and then
they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, okay, cool, interesting."
Okay, all right. Not interesting. Not interesting. Except for one, she was actually taking down our channels and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. But we're talking to an Israeli there, like regular Israelis, a regular Israeli waitress, and she goes, "So what do you guys think about the conflict?" And I say what I always say. I say, "Well, I think Israel should be much harsher." And do you know what she says? An Israeli person, an average, regular, young Israeli person. What she says to me is, "Well, I don't know. I think that we did a lot of wrong against the Arab population, and I think that of course they have a reason to fight, and we should acknowledge that." And you know, she just goes down that path, and I'm thinking, what in the world is this?
And she also said that she goes every single week to protest against Israeli settlements in the West Bank.
Yeah.
So yeah, she says she's at the protests every week, and yeah, so we're just giving her some info on how to follow our discussions.
And then I noticed after talking to her, and I tried not to argue too much. I just said, you should check out this video and this video, and like it will inform you on this matter. But then it turns out that as we go around and we speak to more Israelis, lots of Israelis are very much like Europeans in the way that they are extremely charitable toward the other side and have a lot of self-criticism and think, oh, it's probably not about Islam. It's probably not, the Islam issue. It's probably not, as simple as it seems. We should correct ourselves and this and that. Meanwhile, the world is blasting them. Meanwhile, the terrorists on the other side dream of exterminating them. And these guys in Israel have this view, think like Germans, for example. And it's quite interesting to see. Like on one hand, I admire how much they have self-criticism and how much they don't hate the other side. On the other hand, I'm thinking, dude, these guys want to overrun and eradicate you.
Yeah.
And you are acting like this.
Yeah, it's like the entire country is saying that we want to explain this is not a religious conflict. This is not about religion. It's like, oh, it's about religion, whether you admit it or not, or realize it or not. It's about religion. The others, the people who are against you, it's their religion. So you are under attack from this religion. And this was a couple days later, but you had all these as soon as we posted a picture. And see, guys, if we're tossing around insults and someone tosses around insults back at us, hey, that's I know what we do, and I'm a big boy, right? But all I did was post a picture of us at the Western Wall, and what? Posted a picture of you and me at the Western Wall, and all I said was, who knows where we are? And everyone lost their minds. It got millions of views because they're all complaining about it, flipping out, and they're all talking trash. And I just thought, like, are these guys stupid? Are they still? I wasn't planning on doing this, but I was like, they stupid. We're right beside the Dome of the Rock. I can walk up that little bridge right there. You got to go through security, but I can walk up that little bridge right there and go talk trash. But anyway, I go up there and I talk trash outside the Dome of the Rock, saying, "Hey, you guys are starting the insults. I didn't come here running my mouth. You guys started running your mouth." And so here's what I'm going to say about your prophet right outside the Dome of the Rock. And anyway, someone, after I posted that video of myself at the Dome of the Rock saying, "Hey, you guys started this, so now I'm going to talk trash about your prophet."
3.2 million views, by the way.
Yeah, an Israeli Jew posted a comment. I had to think about it, but he said, "I wish we Jews were more confident in our we're as confident in our own righteousness as this Christian is. And I had to think about it for a second. I was like, because righteousness can have a kind of negative connotation among Christians. Like if you're trusting in your own righteousness, you're trusting that you're good. That's not what he meant. He was talking about like trusting that you're on the right side of things. And he's saying this Christian is really confident that he's on the right side of things, and that allows him to just go up and run his mouth because he doesn't think the other side has a point as far as what they're saying right there. The other side might have a point in different contexts, but as far as you guys running your mouths when I can run up on the Dome of the Rock and you guys start hurling insults at us and stuff like that, you're wrong. You're the one with the stupid fake prophet, so I'll talk trash to you. But I think that, the point the guy was making was there are tons of Jews in Israel who, even if they believe in the right to defend themselves and so on, they still feel really guilty about how certain people were treated over in the past decades, and they don't want to talk trash. They don't want to run their mouths.
Yeah. That's how it is. That's the issue. That's how bad it is. How badly it is. Wait a minute, where was I? I had this. Okay.
Yeah, we've got millions of things. Let's just go through everything that you already went through, because that's smart.
I already have that. Okay. Yeah, we're stuck. Where are we here? Okay, we're here with this this guy who's looking completely confused and dumbfounded. Abu Bakr al-Pafdadi said, "How do Israelis feel about civilian deaths in Gaza?" It is something that I brought up to. So there are lots of things that I haven't gone through and that we will publish over time. We interviewed hostage families. I talked to different people, and I asked different people both on camera and in private about how they feel about this whole thing in Gaza. And people overwhelmingly have a response of they feel sad for the people in Gaza, and they feel sad that there is a war going on, and they wish for peace, but they think there is simply no other way right now. We tried everything. This is where they pushed us. We have to go through with this and end Hamas once and for all and stop them from ever causing such a conflict again. And it's very sad that innocent people have to die as in the middle of this war. This is basically the position that people have there. Nobody feels happy about it, but people feel confident that even those who are protesting the government feel confident that the fight must go on and Hamas must be finished. Like Israel is very much united on that goal right now.
Yeah, did we see? I don't recall seeing anyone when we were talking to people, anyone who was like glad about civilian deaths or who wants actual ethnic cleansing or something like that. Keep in mind, there are people who have said that sort of thing, or who have held up a sign saying that, like, kill them all or something like that. And it's just one of the biggest things is that people will zero in and focus on any random Jew, even if that Jew goes against the overwhelming majority of the population. And they'll say, you see, this is what the Jews think.
Yeah.
And it's and I pointed this out on several occasions during the trip in various videos. And so it's the opposite of what we're told with Islam. With Islam, it doesn't matter how many terrorist attacks there are. It doesn't matter how many terrorist groups there are. It doesn't matter how many Boko Harams and Al-Shabaabs and Hezbollahs and Hamases and Al-Qaedas and ISIS and Taliban. It doesn't matter how many groups around the world start coming to very similar conclusions about what they're supposed to do. You're not supposed to associate this with any Muslim who is not committing a terrorist attack. And I agree. Not all Muslims share those views. So yes, don't say all Muslims think this, but suddenly, the moment we're talking about Jews, look, this Jew held up a sign that said, kill them all. Therefore, that's what you can say about all Jews. Every rule that we're taught about interpreting what Muslims do, Muslims then completely throw that same rule out the window when they're talking about Jews. And you have to wonder why. But yeah, just to clarify, just to reiterate this, everyone we talk to, of all the people we talk to, no one, I'm not saying there aren't people who are maybe happy about civilian deaths or who think kill them all or something. We're interacting with regular people in various positions. No one is happy about civilian deaths. Everyone wanted the civilian deaths minimized as much as possible.
That is very, 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 very much the truth of the matter. Yes. Watch this summon. The silence of the Lamb means their consent with only GOAT superstar and winner of 3 Golden Shower Awards, Mohammed Thoni Jabkins, as han Hezbollah ins Kino gehen, ja.
Ins Kino gehen, ja?
This is, like,
Möchtest du ins Kino gehen?
this is an ultimate combination of every meme ever. Hey, we have more than 3,000 viewers. What's up?
Yeah, it's been that way for a while.
2,000 viewers. Very, very nice. Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet.
Shalom.
Yes. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Why do you have a kippah on when you're not even a Jewish, David? What is this?
Because you were wearing one.
I'm not wearing one. What are you talking about? Georgia Dangstrup said, giving you some money, even though I don't have much because I'm annoyed with
Did you take yours off?
I never had one on. I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar!
Jason Shepard said, you see, AP used the Loverboy method to make David Wood move to Israel. Now he's taking the money he make from TikTok.
How about this?
Oh, that's pretty based. That's based. That's gangster. Yeah. We went to Israel. Hey, you saw me watch this video so many times, right?
Oh.
When I saw this video, I was just so
you watch this like 80 times while we're there. You're cracking up every time.
Who saw this video? There's this video of this guy here in Arabic insulting a border police officer, a woman, an Israeli border police officer. He calls her a sharmuta, a whore, and she doesn't take it lightly. I watched it. I saw this video and then I just kept watching it. David knows I just kept being obsessed with this video because it's so satisfying.
I like how she hunts him down.
It's just so satisfying.
And that is very interesting. One, you think these, and what's I saw comments from people. Oh, she shouldn't react like that. She should be a professional. It's like,
shut up.
yeah. This guy needs to learn how to be respectful around women. She didn't beat him up. She didn't shoot him or anything like that. She just got in his face a little bit. But I mean, think about how intimidating that is. This guy, he's going through the gate. He thinks he can call a girl a whore, and she comes at him. And she's right up in his face, and he totally backs down. But think, what's he going to do? Is he going to swing? Is he going to swing on this woman? Do you have any idea how messed up that? And he knows it. He knows his life would change very, very quickly if he swings on her, if he grabs her, anything like that. So it's like, dude, learn the lesson. Keep your freaking mouth shut.
Yeah.
And so she taught that guy a valuable lesson right there.
And some people watch this and they're like, "Oh, well, it's because she has a weapon. We're very brave." Well, guys. The guy is the one who is provoking the situation by calling her a whore, right? If he goes there and does it under the circumstances, and he gets this response, yeah, I will watch this and I'll say, this is exactly how it should be handled. This is so satisfying. This is the language that these guys understand. This is the way that he would talk to one of his own women. This is the way that he would talk to a woman from his own space, from his own culture. He's trying to talk that way to an Israeli Jewish woman. And Israeli women are not like that. They are not like that.
I love it as she zeroed in on him and tracked him down.
What a little weasel! What a coward! Walking away, he mumbles "sharmuta," which means whore, and what a brave guy! And then suddenly, he's all small and walks away. It's just so beautiful.
Surrounded by his boys.
So beautiful.
Can you imagine? I mean, we don't know if how many of those guys were his friends or something like that. But how do you ever live it down? And now your face is all over the internet, getting punked out by a girl. And the point. Like none of that had to happen. He could have just kept his mouth shut, but now he's famous.
Yeah, now he's famous for the dumbest thing, for the dumbest move he has ever made. Here we have a beautiful picture of the Western Wall, which for some reason makes people really, really angry and really crazy and insane. Just looking at it.
I wonder if any of those, you know how there's those guys who can climb almost anything, and they'll just run and jump on the side of a skyscraper and start climbing up it, and then it takes hours to try and figure out what to do with the guys because you can't just like knock him off there or something like that and fall to his death. But I wonder if everyone, because that looks like it would be really easy to climb for one of these guys. So I wonder if anyone just like runs up on there and jumps on it and climbs up.
Possibly so. Here we have a ceremony where a bunch of new recruits are going and joining the IDF. What's very interesting is I found this out when we were there. After October 7, Israel basically called upon citizens and reservists and everywhere to come and support the army, to join the army, and twice the amount of people that they requested joined and signed up for the army. People came to Israel from around the world. Israeli citizens from everywhere came and joined, and many of them are reservists, many of them are on call, others are actively there in the field, in the offices, and so on. It's like October 7 really united these people completely, and it's amazing to see. Really,
and it's just not looking good for Islam. I mean, they could still sway public opinion around the world with the dumb arguments they use and so on. I'm talking about the jihadi side. But as far as like, if any of these guys who are actually concerned about thinking that Israel's going to back down from going after Hamas, dude, you screwed up real bad on that one.
Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. I mean, I said it before. Lots of people are aware of it. Some people are still thinking, oh, there will be a ceasefire, there will be peace at some point. Gaza will be, put up again under different circumstances. No, it's done. It's finished. It is done. Hamas will be destroyed. Israel will not stop until Hamas is destroyed. Israel listens to the own population. The own population wants Hamas destroyed. Even those who are totally anti-government just want Hamas destroyed. And the Gaza project is over. It's over. Israel will take control of the situation and will probably make sure to re-educate the population and put a governing body in place that will no longer have the freedom which Hamas had, which would, lead Gaza into whatever direction they want, including terrorism and all that. They gave Gaza the chance to self-govern. Gaza messed it up as soon as they had the chance, and it's over. It's not going to happen anymore. I think it was Netanyahu who said we will do something completely different. There will be no more Hamas is done, no more Fatah is done. This is done. We will never again tolerate something like this. That's it.
So Hamas is going to be crushed. Gaza is going to be taken over by Israel because they're not going to allow them to pick their own leaders anymore, because the last time they let them pick their own leaders, they went with Hamas. So it's just going to be interesting to watch, because you've got all these student protests every week all over the planet right now, and Israel's not listening to them. So, guys, what happens once Hamas is completely crushed and Gaza has been taken over, and all these Dawa clowns who've been running their mouths nonstop, and they realize you did not help anyone. You did not help any of your people. You helped yourselves. You helped yourselves by getting clicks and likes and so on your stuff you're posting. You did not help anyone in Gaza at all. In fact, I have to say, I mean, these guys, all these Dawa guys, these guys have blood on their hands. They encourage them. They encourage the people of Gaza. Hey, go out and fight, guys. Yeah, go out and keep fighting these Jews. Yeah, go ahead, keep launching these attacks. Wow, you're heroes. Oh yeah, you're getting blown up in return, but yeah, just keep going, guys. We're safe here in the UK, running our mouths, getting our clicks and likes, but you guys keep going out and dying for this stuff. Bunch of scumbags.
That is very, very funny. A gay P. I love this profile.
How did How did they go with Apis and not with gay P? Like,
I don't
I
know.
don't mean this guy. I mean like the Muslims back when they came up with Apis as the insult. How did they not go with gay
This is
P?
funny. Like a subscriber here, a fan is much more creative.
Yeah, he's better. He's better at it.
Than these dumb idiots Islamists who come up with the stupidest names here. Like there it is, gay P. You see. Oh goodness, the boys are back. I'm gonna faint.
I went to Destiny's hairdresser. Got my blue hair.
Juju B made a super sticker. Thank you so much. Did anyone catch Jerusalem syndrome? No. The funny thing is, that's $6.66. Interesting.
Ooh,
So,
evil, dirty evil.
Jerusalem syndrome is something that people talk about and that goes around a lot. I think there's often a misunderstanding of what it actually is. There's actually supposed to be some people actually go to Jerusalem and then afterwards start experiencing certain thoughts of delusion and things like that.
Really?
Associated with things that they see there. Yeah, Google it. Jerusalem
Never heard of that. Never heard of that one.
And it happens rarely, and then it goes away after a while. Some people think that it just refers to feeling very overwhelmed and all that. There, it's not, but it's not really that. The term is specifically used for a form of psychosis. Actually, I'm serious. I'm not even joking. Let's see. Jerusalem syndrome. Oh, here's a Wikipedia article. Jerusalem syndrome is a group of mental phenomena involving the presence of religiously themed ideas or experiences that are triggered by a visit to the city of Jerusalem. It is not endemic to one single religion or denomination, but has affected Jews, Christians, and Muslims of different backgrounds. It is not listed on the mental disorder. Wait a minute. People who didn't have such symptoms show signs of psychopathology, become psychotic after arriving in Jerusalem. The psychosis is characterized by an intense religious theme and typically resolves to full recovery after a few weeks or after being removed from the area. It's very funny, but it's actually a thing. It was actually reported on different locations. So, yeah, that's a funny thing. Didn't happen to me.
And we were right in as Jerusalem as you could possibly be. We're in the old city. So we were in the Christian quarter, but a little apartment we rented was in the Christian quarter, but it's like 1 minute from the Muslim quarter, 1 minute walk.
Yeah.
And then we're in the Muslim quarter, we're in the Jewish quarter, we're in the Christian quarter, we're all over there. Western Wall, all that stuff. But yeah.
You remember what the most based thing was about what I did there. So we are talking about Visegrad, and the guy from Visegrad, Stefan Thompson.
Oh, that was pretty based.
He said, hey, I need to interview you. We need to have an interview. Let's do an interview where we walk toward, through Jerusalem, through the old city, and I ask you a bunch of questions. And I was like, yeah, sure, yeah, let's do that. And on the day of Michael Rappaport's bar mitzvah, I go over to Stefan and I say, so when do you want to do the interview? He said, after we're done, let's go to the Muslim quarter and we'll start recording. I'm like, Muslim quarter? He's like, yeah, let's go. Yeah, we'll go to the Muslim quarter and we'll walk through the Muslim quarter and I'll ask you questions.
I'm laughing at something else. I just noticed your name is Big Zionist Jew. I'm sorry.
It is. And we're walking through the Muslim quarter. And it has to be published still. They're going to probably publish it in a little while. But we're walking through the Muslim quarter among lots of Muslims. And he's just asking me questions about being an ex-Muslim and why Islam is problematic and Hamas and how to defeat and stuff like that. And just a bunch of Muslims walking around us and looking at us. And some people screaming in Arabic.
Kids. There are Muslim kids running around and stuff like that, playing ball.
That was a very interesting experience, and I'm
it was. I mean, I'm impressed because Stefan's brother is a camera guy, and he's recording, but he's walking backwards. And Stefan had asked me to kind of clear a path for him, make sure he doesn't run into anyone. But we've done videos like that, like tracking sequences where one person's walking backwards. So we just grab the person, like the back of his shirt or something like that. In this case, I grabbed his bag to kind of pull him where he's going. But that's a pretty rough area to be walking backwards on because it's all stones. Everything is it's not like a sidewalk or something like that. It's like stones and there's steps all over this place and ramps everywhere you're walking. So yeah, I was impressed that he made it without falling over and ruining the entire thing.
That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. That was pretty good. Here is a
There you
photo of Stefan right here. Very, very, very good guy. And this is Dr. Einat Wilf. This was very interesting. I actually made this whole meeting happen. And he didn't even know much about her. I think he knew quite little. And I said that I'm going to meet her. And I connected these two, and then they arranged a meeting here at this King David Hotel where they had an interview together, and then I also interviewed her. This was personally my favorite thing, and I think the most important thing that I did during this trip was to interview her. She is a very great scholar on Israel's history and Zionism and all that. And I talked to her before. I even talked to her before my debate with Daniel Kikichu. I was preparing things, and I had a few things on my mind that I wanted to, set straight. So I messaged her, and I had interacted with her before. I messaged her and I said, "Hey, I have an upcoming debate. Can I ask you a few questions?" And she was like, "Yes, I'm available." And I said, "Yeah, can we talk on Zoom?" And she was like, "Yeah, I'm available in 2 hours." So amazing person, scholar and all that. Very, very much demanded and called upon everywhere, but immediately ready to just answer a few questions. So I met up with her, talked with her for like half an hour or an hour, and then I went into the debate with Daniel Kikichu, and it went very well. And she asked how it went, and people told her how it went. When I met her there again, she said, "Hey, I heard you were really good at that debate. Very nice. I'm very happy to hear that," and all that. So she's amazing. I don't know. And I interviewed her for like 40 minutes, and I need to polish that and publish that. That will be an amazing video, I shall say.
Clementine. Oh, by the way, everyone, that's how you actually get up to. No, go back.
What, here?
That little bridge thing right there. Yeah, you have to walk up. So you have to go through security over there, and then you have to walk up on that little bridge thing. That's how you get up there. And you can see the dome in the background. That's from the Al-Aqsa Mosque there. But Clementine in the chat asked how old he is. I assume that was she's referring to Stefan. But yeah, I asked him how old he is. He's 30 and his brother's 25.
Really?
Yeah, it's 30 and his brother's 25. So these guys are still pretty young. These guys are young bucks. These are young bucks. So it's pretty cool. They're getting interested in all this stuff.
I was surprised that he's so young. But the guy is just, I don't know, amazing.
No, it was funny because I was sitting with him. I was going, because he's very like eloquent, like very well spoken and proper. And I said, "Hey, you got kind of like Douglas Murray vibes." And then he's like, apparently they've had disagreements over stuff. And he was like, I don't agree with that guy on everything. No, yeah, I was like, no, I'm talking about the way you speak. It's good. It's a compliment.
Yeah, I think when we were sitting and we were eating shawarma together, I said to him, "So what's your disagreement with Douglas Murray?" And he said he doesn't want another, good sounding British guy to be out there besides him. Or so he said something like that. I don't know. Interesting stuff. This is Dr. Einat Wilf. Amazing, as said, would always recommend following. She has great takes on the conflict and history and so on. Also has a YouTube channel, also lectures around the world and stuff, and has written quite a few books. Very, very interesting person. And I respect her a lot. And I feel like I rarely fanboy, but when I was there, I could barely hide it. I said, "Hey, you're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing." Yeah. What else? Let's see. Bunch of people here. Bunch of people. Okay, what else is here? What else happened? Oh, this is from the archaeological sites. This is actually from inside that museum. And this is part of the... So what they're doing here is we toured this little site of archaeological diggings right next to the Western Wall when we went to Michael Rappaport's bar mitzvah. And what they're doing is the Romans when they tried to like get rid of the temple and signs of it, they, instead of destroying the entire wall, they decided to just bury it under a bunch of construction. And what Israel is doing here in this place is to try to uncover as much of it as possible and find the roots and the history of it again. And it's a fantastic project. What's funny also is I showed a video only a few months ago where Hamas on their TV channel Al-Aqsa TV, they're trying to teach the little kids in Gaza that the Jews are digging under the Western Wall. The Jews are digging under Temple Mount because they want to make the Dome of the Rock collapse and kill Muslims and damage the mosque because they're evil and so on. What's really happening is that the Israelis are digging here in order to rediscover the history. That's what's really happening here. It's funny.
Yeah, and it's so we went into there and I recorded the entire thing. I don't know how good the audio is going to be. Should be pretty good video, but I was thinking right after we got out, I was like, I would like to go through there again and have this guy hooked up to a mic. But I'm supposed to go back to Israel later this year with a group of Christians, but I'm going to see if I can get this archaeological tour. And it's crazy because you're right underneath like the Western Wall area. There's people walking all over top of you. You're underground underneath this stuff. And it's like they construct all these pillars and stuff to hold everything up. But anyway, I would like to hook that guy up to a mic as he's breaking down what all this stuff is. So guys, this is like earlier layers. It's going down and he's like breaking it down and like, that's something the Romans made. That was a Roman addition here. This is before the Romans. It's beneath all that.
It was pretty
It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope.
Pretty awesome. Here's Michael Rappaport posing with a bunch of soldiers who made a surprise for him and sang with him and danced with him. Here in the back is some creep filming right there. I don't know what he's doing here.
But yeah. I'm a creep.
I'm a weirdo.
Oh, I was like, I remember walking in there. I was like, oh, everyone's close up. I'll get the wide shot. And then I stood up on that wall back there so I get a cool shot.
Yeah, that was pretty based.
But yeah, I posted just some clips because I didn't want to post the entire thing. It was like, I don't know, 15 minutes long or something like that. But I just posted a couple clips on Twitter. So anyone wants to see things from my camera angle.
Isn't it so weird to look this whole picture? There's one person here who stands out, like who's like it's interesting. That's a funny picture. And here's Michael Rappaport. Yeah. And here's that guy explaining to him what's up and showing him a little rock, which he was very amazed by. Then here's this weirdo. I don't know what he's doing here. People still under their sites for digging. Pillars that were there for thousands of years. Here's one of the arches that were built whenever, long time ago. Yeah, we basically went through this whole thing here, down here, and looked through everything. That was a very, very interesting tour to have. What else is there? Here is me posing next to Omar ibn al-Khattab Square. Omar ibn al-Khattab Square. Omar, the Caliph. The Caliph number 2. And,
hey, you should post a picture of you looking creeped out by that next to the picture of me looking at, what was I looking at that had Aisha on it? What was that?
Wait. Wait. I forgot about that. What was that?
What was, I don't even remember what it was.
It was a bar.
Okay. Aisha. Oh yeah. Aisha.
Here's David. We were walking through this place in Jerusalem at night, and then we find this place which is called Aisha Bar. And we sit down, and David is just holding this up. this is so stupid. Aisha Bar here once again. Aisha Bar.
Pretty gross. How are you gonna name that? That's like Lolita Bar. It's like, what? Get out of here, man.
Yeah.
It's a pedo bar.
It's probably in reference to somebody whose name is actually Aisha, nothing to do with the Aisha that we're thinking of, but yes, it's kind of a funny thing to observe. Oh, this was an interesting place.
Yeah, that was because I had told people we're going to go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Almost the entire thing was closed. This spot right here. So this is the. I can't say it's the tomb of Christ because this stuff was identified in the 4th century. With that said, it wasn't just no reason. They actually did an investigation. They got Eusebius, the Christian scholar, and they went and like investigated. This is what they came up with. But they had the site of Calvary, the site of the tomb here. This marble structure around it. That's because pilgrims were taking chunks off the empty tomb as souvenirs. So they built that around it to keep people from taking chips off. But yeah, so the only section that's open is like this right here. And of course, you've got the dome up above us, but the whole rest of the place was all closed off for renovations. Looks like since tourism is down because of the war going on, they decided to jump on some renovations. So anyway, we got some pictures and some short video clips out of that. I was planning on doing like a full discussion of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and it would have been perfect timing because it's pretty empty because there's tourism's just dead right now in the place. It's already the off season when tourism is down, but then because of the war, no one's going there. So it would have been perfect to get a recording because I went there before 4 years ago. And the place was jam-packed. You could barely like squeeze through the door. There was a guy like pushing people through the door, like in groups and stuff like that, shoving them in. And it was just crowded, whereas now it's empty. So it would have been perfect for recording. But yeah, most of the place is closed down. So gonna have to come up with another plan for that. So anyway, that's an example of a plan that got totally scrapped. I wanted to do. I spent a couple days studying the Church of the Holy Sepulchre so that I could speak accurately about it. But that's going to have to wait till a later time.
It was going to be the perfect move.
It was going to be the perfect video.
Yeah.
And for anyone who's saying, oh, you didn't get to make your video. Well, I went and made one about the Dome of the Rock now, didn't I?
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This is a very, very interesting, very nice looking place here. This is all old city of Jerusalem. I don't know what this is and why I took this. It's just
it's just guys, look at that. That's what it's like when we're walking around the old city. It's just like empty like that.
Yeah, it was very, very interesting that it was so empty. Everything was so empty. Actually, we took one of the. Let me see. Look at that. This was one of the places in the church. I went into this little hole, but this is actually one of my favorite things here. Wait, this one here. Look at that. Look at that. Scary. Scary. And I filmed this whole thing. And for some reason I zoom into this here. And then I walk out, and then here you are.
Did you call it a weapon there?
Yeah.
Beast.
Yeah.
I'd been in there. I'd been in there last time, but yeah, this is sort of it's another tomb. It's another tomb in there. And this is a little side room. So there's this room and then the next room, and that connects to the room with the tomb of Jesus. But it's interesting because that whole so that's supposedly the place. That area is where you have the tomb, which was made for Joseph of Arimathea and was used for executions by the Romans. But archaeology has shown that area was a rock quarry during the time of Jesus, which would kind of make it perfect for digging tombs and using as an execution site. So this was outside the city of Jerusalem during the time of Jesus. Later in the 1st century, they expanded the wall of Jerusalem to prepare for fighting the Romans. So this became part of the city.
Juju B said, "Did you convert to Judaism?" Interestingly, I didn't have to. I was told I am already a Jew by people there, and I just accepted that as it is. But I'll get to that in a little bit.
And I get told I'm a Jew like 50 times a day by Muslims.
That's good. Did Mossad send you instructions? Yes. Pentecostal Child. Oh, and hi, Dizzle AP. Love you, tiny hats. Thank you so much.
What tiny hats?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Jill's Bean said, "Did Mossad send you instructions?" I already read this. Jace the Shepherd said, "Anyone else see the FUC HMS Crusher? It's called the FCK HMS, and I have it pinned here in the chat. You can go on the fck-hms.com and you can order a bunch of good stuff there to wear for the best occasions when you go out for a nice dinner to a romantic place, for example." Layla Townsend said, "Bro, it's a yarmulke, homie, no cap." Ben Shapiro, yeah. GoTop said, "Welcome back, boys. For this momentous occasion, we are offering a 50% off deal. Use code BigBootBillyCode. See you there. Bye, baby." Michelle Mufat said, "About time. Welcome back, guys. Thank you, Michelle. Nice to see you here. Nice to see you. Knows too much falafel or shawarma. I didn't
Wait, did you eat? You didn't eat any falafel there, did you?
I didn't eat falafel.
You scumbag. We ate a lot of shawarma though.
Yes, we ate shawarma almost every day. So
we ate shawarma. Oh man, when we after we went from Jerusalem over to Tel Aviv, and we were looking, it's a problem because lots of places, because tourism is down so much, people aren't even opening or they're closing restaurants early. So like the first night we were there, it was like evening and we were starving. We just start walking around to all these places that are, according to, Google Maps, are open, but none of them are open. So we just keep walking further and further and further. Anyway, when we got to Tel Aviv, I'm like, hey, there's a sandwich place right over here that's open. Nothing else is open. There's a sandwich place. Let's go eat it. We go around. It's looking pretty shady. It's looking pretty raggedy little hole in the wall type place. But I'm looking at the reviews and they're good. And that kind of reminds me of stuff like you could go to certain like taco trucks and stuff like that have, they might look raggedy, but they have like the best tacos on the planet and so on. So, but yeah, we went in that sandwich shop. That was the best sandwich I've ever had in my life from that little place.
It was amazing, which is why we went there again later on. And it was just some oldish religious Jewish man just making shawarma, and it was amazing. So we had to go there again, and we made sure to support the guy's place. That was pretty good. Pretty good. As a goy, I say 1,000 years may Israel live. Inshallah, Habibi. Am Israel Chai. What a weird combination of things. What do you recommend I read to know about the IP war, the Inspiring Philosophy war, about the Israel-Palestine war? There are a bunch of things you can look up. I personally don't have a specific recommendation.
Get Robert's books, nice and short. The Palestinian Delusion.
I guess you could do that too. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Mr. Mag said, "Hey AP and David, well, during your trip, did any or both of you go to eat the local Quran? If so, how was it? Haha, I meant hummus. Oops." We did. I mean, it was always there. It was always there. So
yeah, hummus was with pretty much everything.
Yeah,
like anything you get comes with hummus, which is good because I like hummus.
Yeah,
Excuse me, hummus.
It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. Not the worst thing I had in my life. Sir Dr. Whitebeard said, "Here are my shekels, all great prophet Ridwan." Thank you so much. And your life will be spared because of this. Mike Roch says, "AP, man, I'm appalled by all the terror committed by Hamas. David Wood, I'm a sociopath." We did have a day where we kind of where David got really, really pissed because
oh yeah.
I was.
Oh yeah, you almost saw like totally snapped David.
we on the 20th we had our whole trip to the Gaza envelope, and we went to 3 places, to the to Sderot, to a kibbutz Kisufim, and then we went to the site of the Nova Music Festival, where more than 300 people were killed by Hamas terrorists, and many others were taken hostage. And everything was okay. But the kibbutz, it was an interesting place to see. Gathered a lot of things, a lot of stuff that we saw in videos before we saw there, and we talked them through. When we went to the site of the music festival, it was a little bit, I don't know, it got a little bit too much for me. We went there and we saw these memorials, pictures of people who were killed there.
Oh, hey, yo, I got a crazy clip from that because I went over to and it was just the timing. I was in the area. I just described it. I said, this is the area where people were camping. So people were camping. There were tents and stuff over here. And then I moved over into and this was the area of the actual concert where people were just, enjoying music and stuff when terrorists showed up and started killing everybody. And then all of a sudden, you know how they were firing rockets? Yeah. So this was the IDF firing rockets at Hamas targets and stuff. But right when I'm talking, I say, and this was the site of the concert when jihadis showed up and killed a bunch of people, and then all of a sudden, boom! Like whole area shakes, and I said, and that's the sound of mess around and find out.
Yeah.
So it was just crazy timing there.
Yeah. There was we heard a bunch of explosions there as well. So we were walking there among these among the memorials, among the things that were put up because of the terrorist attack. This was nothing. These were just some flags here.
No, that wasn't. That's not what that was. Go back to the other one.
What?
The other one, right there. Those are for every person who was killed. They planted a tree, and and each tree is a memorial for a specific person who was killed.
That's true. Okay, that's true.
Yeah. Don't mess up their stuff.
Here is where they did the same thing and put up pictures of every single person who was killed, and also every single person who was taken hostage, who was captured there. And I recorded a long video, like a 10-minute video or so. I was just walking through this and trying to film almost every photo that is on here. I don't know. It was kind of rough because when I was walking through this, looking through the whole thing, I saw lots of photos of people that I read about. And then there was a photo of Shani Luke, which was like standing there somewhere, the one who was brutally shot and killed and taken to Gaza on the back of a pickup truck, while the Hamas terrorists and the Gazans were celebrating for her because of her death, over her dead body. I don't know. It kind of really messed me up there, and I started having these flashing images, and it really broke me that day. And I thought to myself, I can't do anything right now. And David was like, oh, we need to go and I need to record all of these videos. And I thought, I can't do that. And I told David, just go without me, record a bunch of stuff, and we can rejoin later. But David was like, no, I'm a psychopath. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right after this, we recorded that Messianic Jew.
Oh, that's true.
That was the night before that, man. That's when I was about to throw you off a balcony.
No, that wasn't. Because after this one here, we went.
I'm talking about in Jerusalem. That's where I first started snapping.
That was in Jerusalem. Yeah, here's a building with a bunch of holes in it. From the kibbutz, we went to this place. You see here a residential place with a bunch of holes. Some bastards online say, oh, this was a Hamas resistance movement. They're heroes. This was a military movement. This was a military operation against military targets. Does this look like a military target to you?
Yeah, we went into some of these places, and it's like little kids' rooms riddled with bullet holes, and like, it's all like little girl stuff, little girls like dresses and games and stuff like that. And it's like everything's full of bullet holes, and it's like, seriously, these are military target.
Yeah. Some really, really messed up things that we saw there. We had one interesting thing was This is from a video that we recorded. This girl is the sister of one of the hostages who is still held in Hamas captivity. This is her friend, and this guy is Daniel Brown. He is the TikToker who has 4 or 5 million followers on TikTok. Very nice guy. We just arranged on this day. I was supposed to interview the hostage families, but before this day, I just we talked about what to do, and I agreed to have Daniel Brown interview them instead, and I would film it and would then upload this stuff on my channel after I fully edit it, and would also credit it and send it to him and so on. So that's what we arranged, and he did a very nice job. He was like very close and very compassionate and very good with these people. This is one hostage family, and then I took a photo with them, and I looked like completely messed up. Then he interviewed a brother of another hostage. This is what we did. What else was there? Yeah, lots of good stuff. Lots of good stuff and bad stuff. David, take over if you want to for a moment.
So what else happened? So anything else in Jerusalem?
I love this place. I love this photo, this scene. This was from when you interviewed.
That was, yeah. So I interviewed, and AP was planning on going there to interview a woman, and I had told the guy if I could get over there, I'd like to interview him. But yeah, we were on our way back. So this is Ashkelon. So that's one of the 5 cities of the Philistines, who that's what in the 2nd century, the Romans, as an insult to the Jews, named the area after the Philistines, who were like kind of Greek invaders of the area. They come from the islands and from mainland Greece and so on, and had invaded. But these are a lot of the people that Saul and King David and so on were fighting. But yeah, I interviewed a Messianic Jew and asked him why he believes in Jesus, and also asked him what it's like to be a Messianic Jew in Israel. And Mo, by the way, I've already posted that video. It's not public yet, but for you channel members of my channel, that is available. Don't watch it now because we're here live, but you can see that afterwards. That's already up there if you want to check it out. And it's pretty. I didn't want to make it like an hour long thing, so it was about 20 minutes. And I just asked them, and then I eventually got to where I was like, okay, you are a Jewish believer in Jesus in Israel. Who do you consider more of a threat? Jews who don't believe in Jesus or Hamas? And he considered that a no-brainer.
Didn't he laugh at first or something, or he chuckled and then he answered the question?
He thought that was and he breaks it and he's like, I see Hamas rockets flying over my house. And he didn't say this in the video because he talked about it there. He says he sees the rockets flying over and like landing in the field. He says basically when the rockets start, he looks at them when they start and when they're up in the air, and then he goes to the safe room. That's an interesting feature. Everywhere has safe rooms over there. They're not like American safe rooms, which are meant for if someone comes to rob your house or something like that. You have a room, you go close the door, and they can't get in there, and you can call the cops. These are like bomb-proof safe rooms. They're built into the structure of the building so that even if the building gets destroyed, the row of safe rooms in the building are still standing. So every new apartment built after a certain date when this was established has to have safe rooms inside of it. And so he said, basically what he does is when the rockets start from Gaza, he looks at them while they're up in the air for a minute, and he understands I have to go run and get in the safe room once they are going to start landing. But keep in mind, that's what life is like. That's what life is like over there. It's just these constant, there are bomb shelters everywhere. There are bomb shelters all over the place. And it's just, rockets are firing. Go get underground. Go get in your safe room.
That's true. It's everywhere. They have safe rooms. They have bomb shelters everywhere. It's very interesting. Like when you look at when you open Google Maps in Israel, you always see wherever you look, it says here like this
Yep.
store, that restaurant, and then it says bomb shelter, bomb shelter, bomb shelter, bomb shelter. You see them everywhere. The map always shows you bomb shelters, and they're always in good proximity, so that if you see something, you can quickly run and put yourself in a shelter. They are not big places. They're not big structures. They are everywhere, so it's kind of difficult. But I think I have a short video where I just entered a small shelter. Wait, was it? Shelter. Oh, this is one of the small ones. Shelter. That's all. There were also other ones that go underground and bunkers, right?
Yeah, and you can see the difference between Hamas and Israel on this, right? They build bomb shelters everywhere for when Hamas fires rockets, so people can run into them and be safe. There are every new apartment or anything has safe, bomb-proof safe rooms that people can run into. It's all about keeping people safe. Hamas digs tunnels, but they've pointed out, not us, they've pointed out those tunnels are for Hamas jihadis, not for civilians. They want civilians remaining up on the surface. They want the civilians to die in the counterattacks.
Yeah.
And so big difference that they're digging tunnels, which could be used to keep people safe from rocket attacks and so on. But they won't let regular people go in there.
They say it's not our responsibility to protect the civilian population. It's not our responsibility. That's the responsibility of Israel and the United Nations. We don't care. We use whatever means we have to build tunnels so that we can fight. That's the heroes, the resistance movement of Hamas.
And by the way, it's amazing, isn't it? Hey, we want to be recognized as a state, and we're the government of that state. Okay, well, governments of states are supposed to protect their people. No, that's not our job. That's the UN's job and Israel's job. Yeah. We don't keep our people safe. Wait, but you guys were elected as the leaders. We don't care about the people. We want the people to die because it's good. It's good press for us.
Yeah. Here's another. They draw nice things on some of these shelters to bring some life into this dark reality. Quick shout out. One person has been particularly helpful. Lots of people have been very helpful while we were there. But I shared videos of one person on my community tab several days ago already. Rebecca. I'm not sure if she's here, if she's in the chat. She has been very helpful, very insightful. She has her own channel that I want to give a shout out to, and I think people should be subscribed to. She does some great stuff. Helped us a lot whenever I needed something. I said, "Hey, can you come join us?" She was like, "Yeah, on my way now." Very.
And she's
very
nice she's getting a pretty good Muhammad Hijab impression.
That's true. I shared a video of hers that she made, which was like anti-Semitism, and it was like 2 hours long. And I actually watched the whole thing because I was interested. This is not telling the whole thing. She knows I watched the whole thing. It's very good stuff. She's very insightful, and she helped us a lot when we were there. Seriously.
In fact, guys, when you guys see the videos of me, I've already posted the one from the Mount of Olives with the Temple Mount in the background, and I'm going to probably sometime next week post a video about the Dome of the Rock. But yeah, she was the one who was out there recording with me.
Yeah, and even when I couldn't go with David and work with him to record stuff, I called Rebecca and I said to Rebecca, "Hey, go with David. Help him record all that stuff." I said to David, "Take Rebecca, get the stuff done." And of course, David comes back and is like, "Oh, worst trip ever. You're messing up all my plans." Like,
you did. We had this plan. Hey, we had this plan. We had the ultimate plan, right? So we're going to go up to the Dome of the Rock. And people remember from 4 years ago who saw it. I was making a video of me walking around the Dome of the Rock going, "Jesus is Lord," right? So we had a plan where I was going to walk around in one way on my camera, and I'm going to be saying "Jesus is Lord" with the camera pointing at the Dome of the Rock. AP was going to be walking around in the opposite direction, just on his phone, saying, stay away from Islam, stay away from Islam, stay away from Islam around the whole way. And we're going to post these separately, but there would be a point where we cross paths walking around. And anyway, so the two videos would have been united and one would have linked to the other and stuff. Anyway, AP screwed that one up because, I need sleep. I'm too tired all the time.
It wasn't.
That's what coffee is for.
It wasn't because I was tired. It was because I was depressed like hell after the trip that we took.
You should have said something. You should have said something. I would have made fun of you and cheered you up.
I thought it was obvious. That's actually a funny thing.
No, I thought you were just tired and lazy. And so if I'd have known you were just depressed, I would have like, get up, soldier, something like that.
That's the funny thing. One thing that I observed there in Israel is that Israelis have a very sick sense of humor very often, and I find it very, very funny. It's like Rebecca is there, and she sees me after that whole thing, and she's like, "So, how are you doing?" And I'm like, "Not great." And she looks at me and is like, "You want to go to the Holocaust Museum to spice it up?" And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? And start cracking up, and suddenly I feel kind of in an all right mood. But that's Rebecca. So she was very helpful.
Oh, hey, the next Zucker Nike said David always stealing ideas. Yeah, matter of fact, now I remember it. He's the one that said AP should make a video walking around saying stay away from Islam. So yeah, then we combine the two. And anyway, maybe someday. Oh wait, no scenario where I'm traveling with AP ever again. So I don't know. Maybe we can do some special effects or something to make it happen.
Yeah. I pinned her channel, the link to her channel in the chat. I believe I did. So go ahead and subscribe to her. She was very, very, very helpful, and I want to help her in return also. And I think her channel should grow. She has a lot of interesting stuff to say.
Yeah, she could also. Yeah, she could blow up. She could blow up.
Yeah. That's actually the only reason why I agreed to meet her. I checked out her channel and I was like, "Oh, this is good stuff." So I thought, otherwise, like, I don't care. I don't care about people. I don't care who you are. Anyway, so yes, all right. With that said, notwithstanding, what is this? We saw a lot of death threats, both me and David, and here we are.
Right here in the Muslim Quarter.
That's a what? Such a random video. This is one of the most. Oh no, this is not it. Hold up. This is one of the most important videos that I took there. So this woman is this is from Kibbutz Kisofim. You can look that place up. It was targeted.
I took that video.
Okay, fine. You took that video. You recorded this video, and
you can tell because when stuff is exploding, the hand doesn't shake.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I actually shared the location when we were there, and it's right at the Gaza border. In fact, you can see it here. It is known as the Kisofim massacre, and you can see right here. It is located. Wait, why is there? Okay, it's shown here. It's right at the border here, right at the border of Gaza. That's the place. It was one of the first places that were attacked by Hamas on October 7th. They killed a bunch of people there and took others hostage. And so this woman is the wife of the guy who was in charge of security in this kibbutz, in this community. And he was killed. He made sure to protect everyone, sacrificed himself, and he was killed by Hamas that day. And she was here to tell the whole story, to explain everything that happened. It was very nice to answer my questions and tell us more than ever. But one very dramatic aspect of it is that as we were here, we heard very loud, very massive explosions in Gaza, which is very close to us. we are here, David. You know, right? So
you could feel that. You could feel the shock. You could feel
the.
you could feel the shock waves. You could feel.
Yeah,
it.
we are vibrating whenever it happens, and here's one of those moments. For example, this is very dramatic. Like
the real thing that go outside. So all I do is just be with my daughter.
this is the reality there. That's the reality. So,
And what I thought was interesting was just in the course of listening to her, how she slowly adapted to the explosions. Like at first, like because it started even earlier than this, just where she's standing around and stuff like this, and she's like shaking with each one and stuff. And I think like towards the end of this video, she's not moving at all. Like she gets used to it once the attacks start. And I recorded her with you're interviewing her here, and she's basically giving the story. Right after this, I didn't record it because I didn't know if she wanted me to record it, and it was in Hebrew, so I wouldn't know what it was. But she's playing the messages from her husband.
oh yeah,
And my goodness, what a hero, right? He's leading the resistance. He ends up getting killed, but he's sending her messages, and he wants her to be calm. And so he's like completely calm on the phone, and she's kind of translating and stuff. But he's just saying, hey, yeah, don't open the door for anyone. Don't open the door for anyone unless you hear my voice specifically. If anyone else is calling you out to open the door and saying they're, that you're supposed to open, do not open, stay inside. And yep, and he got killed. He got killed fighting.
Yeah, that was basically like he didn't even say what's going on. Just said, "Stay inside. Don't open the door unless."
Yeah, never said there's a terrorist attack or jihadis or anything. Just hi. Yep, stay inside. Stay inside. Don't open for anybody. That's.
And the guy made sure to just to leave his family safe and to go around and to make sure that the entire community is safe, and to go and look for everyone and protect everyone. In the process of that, he saved lives, and eventually he was. In a shooting between Hamas, he was killed by Hamas terrorists, and she also showed us the house in which he was killed, in which the killing took place. We have it all on camera. I might have to go through that at some point, but it was pretty rough. And the biggest irony about this is, so kibbutz communities in Israel close to the border. Are communities that are very much it is a small system where a small community lives together. They share everything. They are always in touch with each other. They have a messaging system, always let each other know what's up, and so on. They have their own guns. They are armed. But what is very ironic about this whole thing is that the people in these kibbutz, they are very very compassionate and very, they're peace activists, and they're very helpful. These people spent their years going to the Gaza border regularly, taking people from Gaza who are sick, who need help, taking them to Israeli hospitals, taking kids to Israeli hospitals, bringing them back, giving them all kinds of gifts, giving them food, advocating for more help from Israel, to the government, and so on. Spent so much of their effort and so much of their time making sure that these people in Gaza are treated well and that they can take care of some of the needs of the Gazans. But what happened on October 7th is that Hamas broke in and let in Gazan civilians, and the first people who were attacked and the first people who were brutally murdered, massacred, and taken hostage were specifically these people who spent their lives trying to help Gazans. So their compassion, their help, which they offered, didn't save them. The very people who helped so many Gazans were the ones who got killed immediately on October 7th. That you're somehow supposed to believe that these guys were freedom fighters and all that.
And notice the complete opposite natures of the people involved. Here, it's women and children and civilians. You get inside and go hide. The fighters are going to fight to protect you. You go hide. We'll stay out here and fight to protect you. And it's the complete reverse of Hamas. They'll fire some rockets, then they'll go hide. The fighters will go hide, and leave the women and children and civilians in the line of fire, because they want them to get hit, because then they can post the footage and say, see,
Yeah.
wow.
And I told this to David when we were walking there, because it doesn't make sense to many people how that could happen. How these people, how they help the Gazans, and the Gazans really don't seem to appreciate it and just seem to kill them, first opportunity they get. But it's. I know the sentiment. I know the sentiment as somebody who grew up in Germany, for example, among people, among Muslims, for example, among religious Muslims. When people did me favors, when people were nice to me, I was still told, when a teacher was nice to me when I was a kid, for example, I was still told that in the end they are disbelievers, and all they want to do is just to take away our faith and take advantage of us and this and that. So this is the mentality. It's not surprising that if these people go to Gaza and take their kids and try to help them, those kids are helped, but they still learn that the very same people who are helping them are actually just doing that for some ulterior motives, and that they are actually hypocrites and disbelievers, and that in time they also can't escape what will be coming for them. So, and this is what Israelis don't understand. They don't understand hate. They should wake up to it. It's late enough. Late enough. Here's one of those moments. Look at this building. Does this look like a military operation on military targets, as people claim on social media, to defend the terrorists? This is a residential building. This is a residential, peaceful community of peace activists who helped Gazans. This was targeted. This is one of many buildings around here that have holes in them that are completely destroyed. It's quite obvious they were going after civilians. That's what they did. Yep. And you have lots of footage too, where which Hamas terrorists themselves published from these communities, these civilian communities from the kibbutz, where they go around and they shoot on site, shoot into homes. And why do they go in there? The entire purpose is just to kill civilians or to capture civilians. That's it. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
David, anything else you want to add to that?
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So you've got a culture where the men and the women who are fighters protect the people who aren't fighters. And you've got another culture where the men who are fighters run and hide so that women and children get killed. And we're supposed to view the latter as the good guys and the freedom fighters.
That's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Obey said, welcome back. Any new perspectives after the trip? Also, don't worry. Finger tats are good. My finger tat is going strong 12 months out.
Oh, that's good.
You see. Finger tattoos are Palestinian, by the way. Federer Mephitis says, I got a full body tattoo of myself on myself. Looks very realistic. Thank you for that information, Federer Mephitis. I appreciate it very much. Hello, Edie says, AP and David Wood. Check out Kosher Dills. He rapper comic. He does these great vids interviewing Hamas supporters at protests. He has a new rap called Watermelon in Hebrew. He does great freestyle too. I see. I'll check it out after this one. Probably. Mr. Krang is welcome back, y'all. Did y'all see the Gaza border or a rocket barrage from Gaza? Things didn't go exactly as we expected. We went as close as we could get to Kibbutz Kisufim, which I just showed, which was close to Gaza. But yeah,
and we did see the border along the road. You kind of see it in the distance, but it's behind trees, because I actually wanted to record a video with Gaza in the background, and I wanted to make it about the L from ISO Elohim pointed this out. She said, "Hey, you should tell like the story of Jonah and how Jonah didn't want the Assyrians to repent because they were evil." And just wanted to make a little message saying, "Hey, you have to be in favor. You have to be in favor of getting rid of Hamas, but that's actually good for everyone involved. And the people around the world, the Dawa guys and the college protesters who think that they're helping the people of Gaza by cheering for them around the world, you're not helping. What have you actually done? What have the Dawa guys actually done to help the people of Gaza? Nothing. It's the exact opposite. They're the ones who keep encouraging them to keep fighting Israel, which keeps getting them destroyed. So I wanted to point out that, I mean, what a stupid culture. And I wanted to make the point because everyone points out that Hamas is using children as human shields. I wanted to point it out in a different kind of light, that they're actually pagan, because what they're really doing is human sacrifice. They're doing child sacrifice, right? They're here's our political cause. We're going to sacrifice children to our political cause. So that's as pagan as you can get, child sacrifice. And so I wanted to point that out and tie it into the story of Jonah, where as much as you hate these people, as much as you may hate these people for what they've done, you still have a moral obligation to try and get the truth across to them, and try and bring them to repentance. And so I was going to do that. Couldn't get it. We couldn't get close enough for a good shot of with Gaza in the background. So it was a situation where I was thinking, all right, I'm going to be back later, and maybe security won't be so tight and can actually get in a better spot. So it's something I'll do next time. Won't be as relevant because it's going to be, further down the line after Hamas has probably been completely crushed, but we'll see what happens.
An ISIS operative named Nabil Halabiya was recently executed by the IDF in the West Bank. Good. This is the first time ISIS has clashed with IDF since 7/10. Interesting stuff. Need to look into that. Somebody else with a Hebrew name made a super chat. Appreciate it very, very much. And donated 15 shekels. I also got a bunch of shekels now to look at. Haha, big Zionist Jew. Funny. I like it. I know it's amazing, right? It's an amazing title. Look, here's a video where we actually captured an instance of anti-Muslim, racist Israeli apartheid. Wait, there's no sound.
Can't really hear it.
Okay. Wait.
There you go.
Muslim culture. Where we are.
As you can hear, it's like very clearly Islam is being oppressed and suppressed here. And Israel is really cracking down brutally on Islam here in Jerusalem, and making sure that you can never, ever hear Islamic stuff anywhere. This is clear sign of apartheid and oppression and Islamophobia. Walking through the Muslim quarters. This is pure oppression. You see that? Pure
Worst noise in the world. They're pressing the crap out of me with that stupid noise. Hey, what's amazing is everyone's like, oh, the sound of the Adhan is the most beautiful sound in the world. Talking.
Such a stupid sound. Yeah. Anyway, so this is you have witnessed it right here. Israel is clearly an apartheid state where Islam is totally not allowed and tolerated, and Arabic is totally suppressed, which is why you can hear the loud azan blasting through the old city of Jerusalem. And you can even hear it in Tel Aviv, which is very funny, which is a Jewish city built by Jews. It was never an Arab place, but yes, you can still hear it over there as well. What else do I got? This is so funny. I'm clearly out of breath, and you can hear it because this is a morning where I'm supposed to go and meet Dr. Einat Wolf at the King David Hotel, and I'm running, and I'm so fast because I'm kind of late. But then I realize I'm walking through a very beautiful park here, and I want to film the thing, but I also don't have the time. And then when I look at it now, I missed the best parts of it, I guess. Here we went to this little room where we were shown a presentation that is not yet open to the public, where they are projecting onto the walls and into this little structure here, the history of the Western Wall and the temple of the temple and all that. It was a very interesting experience as well. It's not open to the public, but since we are special people, we got to see it.
Yeah, basically, since we were tagging along with Michael Rappaport, that's how
Yeah, basically, yeah. You always have to mess it up. I was just going to pretend for once that we are actually special people, but no.
Yeah, we showed up and they were like, "Hey, this is not open to the public, but man, when we hear that D Wood and the Apostate Prophet are here, we open the doors. We open the doors."
Yeah. The way these Western Wall stones were covered for 1,700 years and have been recently exposed, we are now. They have been exposed. We are now privileged to stand before them. They are as sacred as the entire Western Wall. In the house of God, we would walk with a multitude. Interesting stuff. This is the kind of stuff that I filmed. I just opened it. What else is there? Well, quickly we'll look through stuff to see if there's anything else that I wanted to talk about. This is the wall. You see why they go into the wall. Hey, did you share this video?
Yeah. What's wrong with it?
Yeah. Rolling.
So here behind me, you can see hundreds and hundreds of the latest batch of IDF soldiers who are joining to combat Hamas. And we can all see that if the trajectory continues as it is, where are you going to hide, Hamas? Ain't enough tunnels.
It's a good point.
This is powerful stuff. Here's the tattoo shop. We got our tattoos. We got our tats.
We got all tatted up.
That was pretty tatty. Yeah. Here, David acting tough. Here, me being tattooed and actually not feeling anything at all. Yeah, and stuff like that. It's just a bunch of good stuff. That's what I did. Oh, here, another video, another evidence of apartheid here. Look.
Make sure to connect to your Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, let me do that now.
We have to hear this in the apartment we're staying in.
Yeah.
We got to hear this noise.
This is the Christian Quarter. We actually have a place in the Christian Quarter. That's where we stay, and we open the window, and it's like loud. The adhan is blasting there. Yeah, that's
Apartheid, man.
That's apartheid. One of the this was an interesting sight. As soon as we landed at the airport, there were just lined up pictures of hostages that are still in Hamas captivity with the sign, bring them home, bring him home now, bring her home now, and so on. I have a hoodie on that also says bring them home now, by the way, which I got there in Tel Aviv.
Based.
Which is very based. It's everywhere here. This is a very big issue. It's like the whole country cares about this right now, and much less about any other stuff. This is how it is. You land here, and you see stuff like, "Hey, welcome." Oh, you go to Jerusalem, and you see like, "Welcome to Jerusalem," and you see it here in Hebrew, in Arabic, and in English. Clearly apartheid here, right? Clearly anti-Arab apartheid here. You see something else, Jerusalem, Yitzhak Navon, you see it in Arabic here and here in Hebrew. Clearly disgusting apartheid stuff going on here. Yep, that's pretty much what's been happening. David.
Yo.
So
what's going on?
Nothing much, man. Nothing much. Yeah, so how did our perspectives change? That was the earlier question that I actually got here. So I kind of want to wait speaking about some things because I'm kind of trying to, I don't know, let it all sink in a little bit. But
yeah, you got to let it process. You got to let it process and then distill it down to the dopest stuff you want to say.
Yeah, pretty much. But so when we did get there,
It's like baking a cake, right? You got to mix all the ingredients together, stick it in the oven, but you got to let it cook. You know what I mean?
that's true.
And then you got a great, and then you got it, and then it comes out, and it's everyone loves cake.
You're sitting there watching Netflix.
And so when we went to Israel, I have been very much supportive of Israel for a long time. Since October 7, we have been very intensively talking about this stuff, and I have very much voiced my support for Israel, defended against Hamas, attacked, and talked about all the Hamas stuff, about the Islamists, about the claims that the Palestinian movement is somehow righteous and all that. I must say, when we went to Israel, even with my whole pro-Israel stance, I was really surprised by a lot of things. First off, the whole issue with Arabic and Islam being totally tolerated, with Israelis being thinking that Islam is not the problem. I tweeted about this, with them thinking that they can just live peacefully together, with all of them still having hope. I asked many people what they would think about a future where Palestinians would disavow all kinds of violence and genuinely became completely peaceful and thought like them. Would you be okay with them establishing their own state and living alongside you? And the vast majority that I asked said, of course, all we want is peace. This is the general attitude. I must say, I like to believe that I'm usually unaffected by much of the propaganda that goes on against Israelis, but even in this state, I had a little bit of a preconceived notion that Israelis would be justly, angry, and that they would harbor more, I don't know, hate, and they would be more furious and all of that. I was I'm serious, genuinely surprised with how 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 peaceful and charitable Israelis are toward the other side. And there's something amazing about it. I don't know, because it's like on the other side you have the Muslim perspective that I grew up with, and the constant teachings of hate. No matter what the other side does, always hate, 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 hate. We are supposed to hate them. They are, they are Jews are evil. You can't trust Jews. We are supposed to eventually eradicate them and kill them, and so on. No matter what the Jewish side does, you just learn to hate them. And then I go and I walk among Israelis, and I see no bit of hate. And even those, and I'm not saying that they don't believe in winning this war and crushing the other side. No, they totally do. It is very popular right now. It's like the population of Israel is focused on going through with this and destroying Hamas, and teaching them a lesson and finishing them off, and making sure that something like this never happens again, to completely overcome them at all costs. And they are also aware of one thing, which I think they should be more explicit about, which is that much of the world doesn't really care about our struggle that we are fighting right now. Which is why we are supposed to care about it, and we are supposed to finish the job no matter what people around the world say. I think, yes, that's a perfect perspective. Do it, finish it. Despite that, the people don't harbor hate toward the other side. They think it is unfortunate that this is happening, and it's unfortunate that there are civilians who are on the other side, who are uninvolved, who are dying as a result of this, and they want it to be over. They want peace. Everyone talks about peace. Everyone says that the end goal, that the ideal future is one where these populations can live in peace together, where there is a peaceful future where people don't die and don't kill each other anymore. This is their perspective. And I was, to be honest, quite amazed seeing that when I went there, and very impressed. And I felt like, I don't know, it's, I don't know how to express it without being misunderstood, but I feel like these people were like the best people that I've encountered in my life, and I mean it when I say it, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, lots of cool people there, and this this is something that came out when I was in the discussion with Ron Cantor, who's the Messianic Jew that I had a little discussion with. But I was asking him about how he's treated as a Jewish believer in Jesus, and I was asking about persecution. I was pointing out, hey, there are these videos of Jews spitting on Christians as they go by. He said that is a particular hyper Orthodox sect that is like 1% of 1% of the people there. He says the vast majority of people. He says they're actually interested when I tell them I believe in Jesus. They're like, "Oh, you believe in Jesus? You're a Jew? Why is that?" And they ask him. They sit there and listen, and that kind of lines up. Even when I was talking to Rebecca, who's an atheist and a Jew. But she starts asking like, "Hey, so why do you celebrate Christmas? What's going on with that? And what's your next biggest holiday and stuff like?" So she's asking about what these various holidays are for in Christianity. But it's like, since they don't come from a Christian context, they're a bit inquisitive about Christianity. But I never encountered any hostility. I know there is some. But what happens? You get some like rabbi from this hyper Orthodox sect, and he spits on someone. What do? They say, "You see, this is what Jews do," even though we couldn't find anyone like that. We couldn't find anyone who was slightly mean to us at all while we were there. But something that stood out to me most during this trip was, you've seen the clips of like Muhammad Hijab, and he screws it up. But what he's trying to say when he screws it up is, when he says we Muslims love death, they love life. And they're pointing it out as like a weakness. Ha ha ha, these dummies, they like life and we like death. But you see, it's actually true, but it is not good for Islam in that sense. You go around, even at the sites of the attacks, there were Jews gathered around singing songs.
Yeah.
Like at the Nova Music Festival, there's a group of Jews sitting around playing instruments and singing songs. And I think that's connected to, I mean, they got attacked too, right? So we pointed out, buildings were demolished and so on. They've already leveled them so that they can rebuild. There's this focus on, we're not going to be held back here forever. We're going to deal with it. We're going to crush Hamas. We're going to get whatever hostages are alive. We're going to get them back. We're going to rebuild and move forward. In Islam, it's just that obsession with death is, hey, let's just kill and kill and kill. And we hope we get killed. We hope we get bombed down to nothing. And we want to leave it like that so everyone can see. Everyone can see, look, oh, we got bombed. Look at us. And we can run our mouths about it for the next, 5 decades and never rebuild and never improve. And it's like, guys, why does anyone think that that's a better culture that should be actually in charge of the entire area, including the land of Israel? It's just like insane. Who wants to be under that a culture that is obsessed with death and destruction, even upon themselves? And so that you really see there. The Jews love life. I mean, when we go to anything, I mean, like a bar mitzvah or something like that, or any of it, there's always music playing. There's people are singing and dancing, and they love it. And it's, hey, these are people who have to deal with rocket attacks regularly and so on, and they're singing and dancing and so on. And so anyway, it's pretty interesting stuff. Hey, yo, I did want to respond to some Jason Ezekiel here, just because other people brought up the same dumb thing. And at this point, I have no idea why it's even relevant to respond to people who just bring up the same thing over and over again.
Please don't.
Here it goes. Very simple. Jason Ezekiel says, "Hey, David and AP, just a quick question. What does the Torah and even the Bible say about tattoos?" Well, one quick correction. The Torah is part of the Bible. Jason, you're treating them as two separate things. You're referring, of course, like every other ding-a-ling who's never studied in his life, Leviticus 19:28. "Do not cut your bodies for the dead or put tattoo marks on yourselves. I'm the Lord." You say, "Oh, you put tattoo marks on yourselves. Oh my goodness." Yeah, so that's very relevant. If I thought for a second that I was under the Mosaic covenant, read the book of Leviticus. It says over and over again, this was revealed to the children of Israel. This is for the children of Israel. These are the rules for the children of Israel. You get to the new covenant, the New Testament. This becomes an issue in Acts 15. What of the old covenant actually applies to Gentiles? There's only a couple things. This ain't on the list. But notice, like multiple levels of insanity here. If you just went to the verse right before it, Luke 19:27. Do not cut the hair at the sides of your head or clip off the edges of your beard. So why don't you bring that one up? Because you probably break that too, like everyone else, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you have a problem with it? Because you probably don't think you're under that, right? You probably don't think that is for you. Have you seen the Jews who have their braids down the sides of their heads because they're obeying that? They're not cutting the hairs on the sides of their head. Yeah. Do you think I'm under that? Do you think AP's under that rule? If you say yes, that's very interesting. Please, because according to Christianity, I'm not under there. Atheism, he definitely wouldn't be under that rule. So none of us are under that rule about how we're supposed to, what we're supposed to do from this about trimming our beards and so on. How do you go to the very next verse and say, oh, but it says don't tattoo? See, you're under that. Guys, I don't know. I don't even know anymore.
It's funny. It's funny.
We can explain this 900 times, and then next time I go, oh, look at this, and hey, look at this, and they'll go, oh, what? You got a tattoo? What? Yeah. What about the Bible? My goodness, dude.
This is one of the most common, one of the most popular signs in the Jewish culture and in Israel.
You should have got that tattooed. You should have got that tattooed on your face.
I should have. Which means,
like, wouldn't that be cool? Like right here, like instead of the teardrop, it's that.
Yes. Which is Chai, and which stands for life or alive. And this is the essence. This is like what is a very recognizable, a very common sign in Israel and among Jews. One of the most popular things, actually. When they speak of numbers, like I see it even people making donations, super chats, and things like that. They numerically refer to life. When they drink, they say l'chaim. They say to life. One of the very nice phrases, although not directly related to that, is when they speak of the continuation of Israel, or of the people of Israel, say Am Israel Chai, which means the people of Israel live. And they value life. It is in Jewish culture, it is ingrained. It is a thing that they have this whole idea of, as the Bible says, from dust we come, and to dust we will go. But then the idea in Jewish culture is in between, we live life. This is what we have, and we celebrate it, and we cherish it, and we love it. And yeah, the other side thinks that is bad. The other side thinks that's a weakness. The other side loves death. They love dying, and they love killing. And they think that's what makes them so good. It's what makes them tough. They think they will win because they are not afraid of death, because they like death, not realizing that this is exactly why they will continue fighting and continue eradicating themselves and each other. So this is one of the greatest takeaway that I have as well from Israel is that Israelis and Jews love life, and that's great. Whereas the other side loves death. The death of Jews, the death of Israelis, and the death of themselves. They are proud to die. They are happy to die, and they are happy to kill. While the Israeli side is happy to save lives and to live. And you know what's funny? People say a lot of things about the IDF, right? About the Israeli army. There is a thing that when you join the IDF, you are supposed to learn, and you're supposed to agree to and remember at all times. What's it called? The spirit of the IDF. I forgot what it's called. I didn't really plan that. I just found it out when I was there, and I was looking through recruitment into the IDF, and I found out something about the ethics of the IDF. So there is a thing that is called the purity of arms. When you join the IDF, and you among that, as part of that, you learn 4 fundamental values in the IDF that you are part of. One of those is defense of the state of Israel and its residents, patriotism and loyalty to Israel, human dignity. The IDF and our soldiers are obligated to protect human dignity. Every individual is of inherent value, regardless of their ethnicity, religion, nationality, gender, or status. This is something that, and the other is statehood. Human dignity. This is something that people who join the IDF learn, that they pronounce, they speak out, and they remember and are remembered of throughout their service. This is not something that is out there, that is published, for the United Nations, for human rights organizations, for this and that. It is something that they tell their own personnel, everyone who signs up to the IDF, everyone who becomes part of it. Everyone must remember it. This is the essence of the values that you are supposed to hold on to if you are part of this. This is not publicity. It is something that every single person joining has to learn and remember at all times. That even when they're in the battlefield and they're confronted with the other side, they're supposed to think, I must do whatever I can to spare and to save lives, and not to go after, I don't know, the other side just because of their ethnicity, their beliefs, and this and that. And and these people are maligned by so many people around the world. You saw it, David. We were on the plane on our way back. What happens is when Jews are on a plane, especially when there are flights that correspond to morning times, those Jews who are religious and who practice tefillin, which means to bind their leathers around their arms and their forehead to contain the box, the tefillin, which contains scripture, right, or prayer. So they are supposed to practice that. And on planes, you can often see somebody go around and organize basically everyone who practices tefillin. So a religious guy comes to me as we are on the plane. We are taking off. David sits on the window side. I'm here on the aisle. In the middle of us is an Orthodox religious Jew. The guy comes to me and says,
Hey,
"What?"
He was funny too, because he was watching a movie and a woman. She wasn't like naked or anything, but a woman came up on the screen and he went like this. He wouldn't even look at it.
Yeah.
She had on some like lingerie or something like that. He covered up.
No, she was just wearing a towel. That's it.
Oh
Like, it
yeah,
wasn't
okay.
lingerie,
Yeah, it was something.
which is a
I
towel.
couldn't see because he had his hand over it. I saw like a girl there.
No, I noticed he was putting his hand up, and I saw it, and I was
Yeah.
like, "What's going on?" It was like Cameron Diaz from some old
Beast.
movie, like with a towel, and I thought, interesting, nice. So the religious guy comes to me and he says, he speaks to me in Hebrew. I said, I speak English, and he's like, "Oh, do you practice tefillin?" I said, "No." He said, have you ever done it?" I was like, "No." "Do you want to do it?" "No, I'm not Jewish," I said. And then as soon as I said I'm not Jewish, he's like, "Oh, sorry." And he's like reaching to me,
No,
taking my
he
hand and
spit
going,
on you.
yeah,
He spit on you as soon as you said you're not Jewish.
and going like this. Like, this is like the opposite of everything that people always say about these people, right?
That's pretty much the takeaway, right? Like if you listen to what the Dawa guys and the neo-Nazis say about Jews, and you actually go to Israel, they're the exact opposite of what these guys say.
Yeah. He just goes like, "Hey, okay," and shakes hands with me, and then walks away. And then the other time that he walks past me, he's like, he nods at me with a smile on his face. This is what these people are. We were walking along the Western Wall on a second day or so, and there were these ultra-Orthodox religious Jews. Many of them hand out booklets and flyers and things like that to just to preach to fellow Jews to observe more rules and more practices, because they believe in that if everyone contributes and so on, it will be better for the Jews and their covenant. So we walk past these religious guys. They come us and speak in Hebrew. I say we speak English only. And they're like, "Oh, where are you from?" I say, "America." Like, "Oh, nice. Welcome. Like, this is their reaction. And the whole time David is wearing his cross, by the way. And they are very nice to him and say, welcome to Israel. Nobody spits on him for some weird reason. I don't know why.
Maybe they're scared because I'm big.
Yeah. And
by the way, when I was pointing this out, guys, I've been rocking my cross for days now. No one spit on me and stuff. And you get all these claims from the Muslim. That's because you put it away, right? And you're not recording and you're hiding it and stuff like this. Or they say they're only not spitting on you because you're recording them. And it's like, guys, I'm not recording most of the time. No one has a problem with it. It's like once they get the idea in their mind, and you tell them, guys, the idea is false. I was there for 9 days. I was there on a trip about the same amount of time, twice. No one so much as looked at me wrong or showed the slightest bit of displeasure with me having a cross. Again, we know there is a hyper Orthodox sect that will spit on people and so on. But that's not people in general. They're not like that. And you're saying all people are like that. And I'm trying to figure this out because you are the exact same people. The people who say, look, a Jew, here's a video of a Jew doing this. So you see, the Jews, the same people who always tell us, hey, don't associate what this group of Muslims did with all other Muslims. You're the same people who say, if I see a Jew doing anything, and it's negative, I will apply that to all Jews. And it's just, and what the sad part is, you have people who've like never interacted with Jews, never been over there, and they believe that nonsense. They believe that nonsense because they see it over and over again on Twitter. And if you bring up something about Jews on Twitter and people keep posting all videos of people doing stuff, and you go, oh, wow, these Jews are really messed up. They're doing all this stuff. Guess what? It's not like that, guys. The incredibly vast majority, not like that.
Not like that at all. On the contrary, they're very friendly. One thing that stuck with me the whole time from that interaction was so those two religious Jews, they asked us where we were from. We were from America. They said, welcome to Israel, very nice, and all that. Then the one of them asked me, so what are you guys doing? And I said, oh, we are here to report on what is happening and to show our support for Israel. And as soon as I said that, one of these men, like these are old men, ultra-Orthodox religious Jews preaching to other Jews. One of those old men started tearing up and getting very emotional and looks at me and he's like, thank you so much. He said thank you to me like 1,000 times. I don't know. He was like, thank you so much. You're a good man. Thank you so much. You're a very, very good man. Thank you. And the other guy hears it. He comes to me and he's like, you are very, very good. And for a moment he did this thing. He said, I know you don't believe, but let me show you something. He said, and then he stopped himself again. And I'm still wondering what he was going to show me. I still don't know. But he stopped himself and came back and said, you don't believe, but, and then he did something. I don't know what it is. He said, you don't believe, but God, something in your face. I don't know. And he said, you're a good man. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it was just these guys saying thank you 1,000 times and not asking for it, not saying anything or asking for anything in return, and us then leaving. And that just stuck with me the entire time because it's like the complete opposite, these people, the complete opposite of everything that you hear on Twitter and all kinds of nonsense. And it's amazing, you know, and I don't know. It felt great, and I felt like the entire time that I was there. I said this to David as well on our way back. It's almost like there is something out there, and it's
told you so.
Here is the thing. Like when I talk about this, and when I speak out my genuine impression of this, like I have a friend that I made along the way. He's a rapper in Germany. Is Jewish. His name is John Ben Salomo. He was quite popular in the underground rap scene like a long time ago. I spoke with him about this too, and he was very, very surprised, and we had a long conversation earlier. And I don't want to, I don't know how to put this into words because I don't want to be misunderstood, and I don't want people to think this is just something that I say because I'm paid by Israel and stuff like that, which is complete stupid nonsense. Israel is not even paying people for propaganda anymore, like not even their own people anymore. It's like they don't care. And we went there completely self-funded, but
no, we went. Everyone else funded. Everyone else funded that trip.
That's true. That's
self-funded. Self-funded in the sense that no, like organization or government or anything was paying anything for it.
Yeah. It was us. I mean, our people, subscribers, everyone who was helpful enough to come here and contribute. But when I was there, when I was on my way back, it felt really painful. I thought, wow, I want to stay here. I don't want to leave. I really want to stay here. I want to spend a long time here. I want to help out because I received these warm thank yous and just hugs from so many people over there. I went into a cab, and the woman, after asking us what we do, and the person with me explaining that to them very briefly in Hebrew what I do, she turns around and goes, "Can I please shake your hand?" And I'm like, yeah, thank you. And the entire time I feel respect toward them, and I feel humble, but they just they just show appreciation for the mere fact that we are there to, I don't know, to support them in a time of need. And the way they are, the way they treat others, the way they treat each other, the sense of community that they have, I don't know, it just makes me feel like these people are amazing. I loved those people. I felt like I felt at home there. I feel like I belong there. I want to help as much as I can. I felt like if I could give everything away, if I could make myself completely unknown and just with whatever I have contribute to in some way help them without getting anything in return, I would want to do it. Because I think these people are amazing. They have great morals, nothing like anything else that I've seen anywhere else in the world. And to be very, very honest, at some point I began thinking the way that these people are, and the way that Muslims and so many others around the world malign them and unite in hating them, it doesn't make sense, and it almost feels like there is something greater at play, like something more evil at play, like something almost demonic at play, uh, which unites certain people in hating this group of people, in hating this population. It can clearly not be the way. It cannot be because of the way they are. Because when you actually live among these people and you experience the way they are, the last thing, the very last thing you would conclude is that these people are evil. The last thing you would conclude is that these people are hateful, opportunistic people. That's the last thing you could conclude. These people are amazing. And I don't care who says whatever they want about me and my motives. I don't care what these Jew-hating people around the world like to say. I don't care what anyone says. I love these people, and
Then why
I
are you
think
stuttering?
they are amazing. I think they are amazing. And I don't know. I feel like I would like to spend like 10 years there, just helping out. I don't know.
That's the shekels talking, buddy. That's the shekels talking. Look at that, right? I look at that. I just want to like go walk through that field.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. So that's the site off the balcony of in Ashkelon there. Pretty cool. But notice, beautiful area, and that's where bombs land that are being hurled at Ashkelon or Tel Aviv, and some of them land in the middle.
Yeah.
Hey, quick comment from another dopey dude. It's weird. Well, David, this is a different dude, but he says, "Well, David, you missed the part." It's back on the tattoos. Well, David, you missed the part that says to not mess with the temple of your body. Tattoos is like graffiti on a church. And he says 1 Corinthians 6:19. Get your reference right. But I like the bigger point here, because it's Paul says that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit. The section is on sexual immorality. This guy is saying that if your body's the temple, you wouldn't put tattoos on yourself. Now, keep in mind, I do not believe that is affirming tattoos. But if you wanted to make a point out of this, the temple, they decorated. The temple was decked out with even if you go back to the tabernacle, there's like they're putting pomegranates and cherubim woven into everything. It was all decorated. It was supposed to be a beautiful work of art that reminded you of the things of God. So someone who wants tattoos could say, "Oh yeah, since my body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, then I'm like the temple. The old temple was decorated. The tabernacle was decorated, so I need to be decorated too." You could use that verse for the exact same argument. It would never cross my mind to do that. Why? Because it's not what the verse is talking about at all. Period. And what we've got this ongoing problem, just like trying to say, "Oh, this says this in Leviticus, and therefore it's under you, Christian," even though you're told you're not under the Mosaic covenant. I'm going to apply it anyway. And what you really mean by that, what you guys really mean when you say things like that are, I grew up in a church that taught this, and I can't actually defend it. So I find what my church said when I was a little kid, and I kind of insert that into verses that have nothing to do with any of this stuff. And don't apply.
It's so stupid. Like you ask a Jewish rabbi, and he says, no, there is no way that that others would be bound by such such a covenant, and then you have this guy coming out and saying, "No, I am bound by it."
Yeah. And it's and the disturbing part, see, you don't have to be commanded. It's not like Islam where you can't know that something is wrong unless you have a direct command from God. Like there's no Bible verse that says don't torture old ladies for fun. But there are other things that you could get that from, like do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and so on. So you can get more things than what the Bible says by general principles and so on. But you're not getting it from this verse, dude. That's called eisegesis. You're taking your idea and inserting it into scripture and then applying it to other people. Dude, that's wrong. You're not supposed to do that. Stop it. Either show us chapter and verse, or show us where you're getting it from, or stop embarrassing yourself.
Okay. Jace the Shepherd said AP Destiny is looking for some more debate Destiny. Why would I debate Destiny? Destiny is very unapologetically pro-Israel, and I'm pretty sure he's supposed
What's
to
he
debate.
What's he want, a 2-on-2 or something? I don't know.
I think he's supposed to debate Norman Finkelstein soon, which is
I've still never seen Morgan Finkelstein. How do you think, is he a good debater?
I was gonna say something, but I'll keep that.
You were gonna say something sick like a good master debater or something.
No, I wasn't gonna say something sick. I was just gonna tell my honest opinion about Norman Finkelstein. But the guy is a hack. He is a complete fraud. He's a complete fraud who is being used by neo-Nazis and Islamists around the world as the good Jew. Jews are evil, sick people who just want all of us dead and want to rule the world. But Norman Finkelstein, he's a good one. He's a good one, and he is on our side. We can use him, although he doesn't acknowledge us. He's still on our side. And the guy works together with like the most anti-Semitic piece of crap publications and conspiracy theorist publications that are out there, like Mondoweiss and things like that. Nobody takes that guy seriously in academia. Nobody else should.
With the Muslims cheering for him, it's the same thing that we always see. If you disagree with them on anything, they rain down abuse and insults on you. If you agree with them on something, then, oh, you're good. We love you. We'll shower you with praise and attention and so on. And,
it's also the funny thing, like the guys, like they come and they're like, "Oh, Norman Finkelstein, he's a political scientist. Who are you?"
Oh, well, you have to believe everything he says.
Everybody, like the vast majority of academics who publish in the field that he published some things in ages ago disagree with him completely and think that he is a complete joke. But hey, you have some people who hate Jews and they're like, he's a scholar. Well, sorry, if you want to appeal to authority and say he's a scholar, the vast majority of scholars in the field actually think that he's a joke. So, okay, if we want to go with scholarly opinion, then I will trust the scholars. And I will agree with them that Norman Finkelstein is a joke, because the guy is a joke.
By the way, have you noticed this? This is always the pattern in Islam. It's like they'll go to the Bible. They can go page after page after page, verse after verse after verse. They'll fixate on the one thing that they can twist into something about Muhammad, even though all the verses before it and after it completely contradict Islam. And they'll just fix on it and they'll say, you see, the Bible agrees with Islam. Or they'll look for everything in science ever, and they'll look for the one thing that kind of sounds similar to a Quran verse, even though if you read the Quran verses that come before it or after it, they completely contradict the scientific theory that they're saying affirms the Quran. But they'll just fixate on one little thing, focus just on that, and ignore absolutely everything else. And then it's the same thing with they can look at a million Jews. They'll go for the one that kind of agrees with them on something. You see, this is a good one. This is the correct one. Or they can look at a million scholars. They'll find one. Oh, this guy kind of agrees with us. You see, he's the right one. And that's the true position of scholarship, even if that guy flies in the face of all other scholars on an issue. It's just this weird thing. They just they get tunnel vision anytime they think something is on their side or agrees with Islam, and they ignore the fact that everything else is completely destroying their position.
That's how they are. That's what they do.
It's weird that their religion somehow makes them more like that than everyone else, than any other group that I can even think of.
That's what they do. Blue said, Kenneth Owens said that she once visited Israel. She saw people living in apartheid and ghetto-like sections, that even the travel guide, a rabbi, told her there's a Muslim quarter. or only Jews area. Did you see that? I saw a clip of her. Kenneth Owens is just...
Yeah,
I said this consistently, but she's one of the dumbest, most misinformed political commentators out there, and I have no idea. I have an idea. Okay, she's not supposed to be popular. She's not supposed to be well known because she has nothing good and nothing insightful and nothing informative to offer. The only reason that she's popular, yes, the only reason that Kenneth Owens is popular is that she's black and she speaks against the popular black opinion. That's why she's popular. That's all it is. It's because she happens to be black and happens to disagree with the mainstream black opinion. That's the only reason she's popular. She's an idiot. She doesn't know anything. I know some people say, oh, she lost it. I used to respect her. Why did you respect her? She never had anything informative to say at any point or time. She was always completely ridiculously uninformed from the very beginning. The first time I heard her, I thought this woman is dumb as hell. Like, she doesn't know anything. She just makes things up on the spot. Talks about things she knows nothing about. And in this case, too, like about Israel, she says, well, in Israel, in Jerusalem, for example, they have a Muslim quarter, and like that's where Muslims are allowed to live. So, and that doesn't sound like equality. Oh, God.
Yeah, guys, let me break down because this was one of the videos that we were going to record when you got all miserable and depressed and didn't want to do anything. But we were going to go. So you got the four quarters of Jerusalem. By the way, the old city of Jerusalem is Muslim majority. They have the majority of the population. They have a Muslim majority over there. They're quarters, but the Muslims have by far the most people. So there's a Muslim quarter, there's the Christian quarter, there's the Armenian quarter, and there's the Jewish quarter. So the Jewish quarter is a quarter of the old city of Jerusalem. Outside of that, you have a much larger city of Jerusalem. You have Muslims all over the place, right? But in the old city, you have what's called the Muslim quarter, and that's because you got a ton of Muslims living there. We were gonna there's the spot where the four quarters intersect, and we're gonna have AP like standing on the Muslim quarter. Oh, how can I get out? Oh no, I'm in the Muslim quarter. It's apartheid. And then walk across the street. Oh, I'm in the Jewish quarter now. I'm free. And something along those lines to show how absolutely stupid it is. But yeah, I mean, guys, you walk from the Muslim quarter to the Christian. It looks really similar. You wouldn't actually know unless you started looking at some Islamic stuff on the wall or something like that. You wouldn't know. It all looks the same. That's the old city. Again, the old city is pretty small. It seemed like you could walk through the entire place, like all the streets, like in a day or two, because it's not an
official thing. Like, people didn't establish a Muslim quarter. What happened is that during a British assessment of the Jerusalem, of the history of Jerusalem and the current demographics of Jerusalem, people came up with I think it was a British, I don't know what kind of British guy it was, but somebody on behalf of the British government, he came and he drew a map based on where the people are vastly concentrated, and he drew up this map of Jerusalem that consisted of 5 quarters, which were the Christian quarter, the Armenian quarter. So Armenians are also Christians, but it's like the others are mostly non-Armenian Christians, and then there are Armenian Christians. Then there was the Muslim quarter. They live mostly in the northeast part of the city, and then there's the Jewish quarter at the bottom. There was also another quarter, which was the Maghrebi quarter, the North African, Moroccan, and so on quarter, which no longer really exists. But that's it. It was all based on the observations of a British commissioner. It wasn't like, oh, okay, this is where Muslims will live. This is where this will live. This is where no, it was just an observation, because that's how people gathered and populated the region. But somebody like Kenneth Owens comes and he's like, oh, why is there a Muslim quarter? Why are Muslims only allowed to live in a Muslim quarter? That doesn't sound like equality. Shut up, man.
Yeah, and AP, you can verify. You're walking through the Christian quarter. You see Muslims and Jews walking all over the place. You go over to the Muslim quarter, you see Christians and Jews walking all over the place. You go to the Jewish quarter, you see Muslims and Christians walking all over the place. There's people all over the place. Not like, you can't go past this line right here, guy.
Yeah. That's pretty stupid. Pretty dumb. Crow made a super chat of $20. Thank you so much. Appreciate it very, very much. Ayatollah Khamenei said, AP, I saw you met with Michael Rappaport. Did you do a choke slam or just a regular body slam after you found out he hates Trump? I punched him directly in the face.
It was brutal. I had to pull AP up off him.
Yeah, I was like beating. He was like, hey, sorry, I like Trump now. And then he actually went to the PBD podcast and said that he regrets now attacking Trump so much. I'm serious. You can find that clip. He actually said it. I only switched up the time there. He said that before I beat him up in Israel. Beatrice N said, guys, glad to see you back. I hope you had an amazing trip. Thank you so much, Beatrice. Appreciate it. It was a good trip, despite everything that went wrong. Ari Wasserman said,
"Hey, there was a funny part when after several days of like everything we planned getting derailed and us doing something else, you go, gosh, is this entire trip cursed?" And I'm like, "You're an atheist. You believe in curses over there?" It's like,
that's true. I did say that. Yeah. Ari Wasserman said, yo, Mo, what will you call Surah 2? Mupus, I choose the cow for the good of the children.
if I have to choose between 113 other chapters of the Quran and the chapter of the cow, I will choose the cow.
I will choose the cow. Yeah. Let's see. Ari Wasserman said, ever since AP and Dizzle went to Israel, I have no one to whom to make filthy Mopus jokes about. Cows, goats, Ellen, trajectory, Dua Lipa, Muslim cowgirl, and jizya stained robes. Guess I felt strapped down. It's always
feels so empty without us.
Feels so empty without me. Thanks, Ari Wasserman. Very nice to see you again. Very nice to be back. Very nice to be here. And thank you for the $49.99 of Super Chat. Appreciate it. I'll be here again on a regular basis. And yes. By the way, yeah, I shouted out Rebecca earlier. I put the link to her channel in the chat. I linked it. It's a pinned. It would be very, very nice if we could just have her channel to 1,000 subscribers or something, so that she feels forced to make videos. Yeah, that would be funny. Very insightful, helped us a lot. And
I don't know. She's an atheist. We should boycott her channel.
She's a Jewish atheist. Jewish atheist. Der Lil Raja said, hello AP and Bruder David. Schön, dass ihr glücklich und gesund zu Hause angekommen seid. Freue mich auf eure Videos. David, what does this mean?
Wait, I wasn't paying attention.
What are you laughing at then? What are you laughing
at? What do I got to tell you? Hello AP. So hello David. Hello AP and Brother David. Happy that your luck and health, something about coming home, and then happy. I'm happy about your videos. That's it. That's I can kind of what? How far am I off? I know some of those words.
No, that was pretty much right. I didn't really pay attention, but yes, I think it was right. Ari Wasserman said, Alan, Yomo, what will you call Surah 2? I already read this. Ari, always good. Always good. Iris Pablo made a super chat with some currency that doesn't look like anything to me. Is this Philippines? What is it? I don't know. David, you probably know if it's Philippines. Ari Wasserman said, you see, the Jews proved that Rizwan is a liar.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that was in reference to, but yeah, that's what the Jews do. Jason, Ezekiel, David, AP, please tell us what it's like in the West Bank. I am Jewish and have had no contact with my family. I didn't go to the West Bank. We didn't have the chance to go to the West Bank. I could have agreed to certain things to go to the West Bank and talk to people. I did not do it. I did get invited to Hebron by the spokesperson of the Hebron Jewish community, but I didn't even respond in time because we had just too much on our plate. And I talked to one person who lived in a settlement in the West Bank, which was a pretty messed up thing to listen to. She was pretty traumatized. But I recorded that. I might publish it at some point. David, what's up?
Yeah, I wanted to go to Ramallah in the West Bank and make a video, because they have like 4-star hotels over there. I wanted to go over there and live and stay the night in like their 4-star hotel and have the best steak and so on, and then make a video saying, I spent the day in the world's largest open air prison. And just post a video about my experience there. I did go to Bethlehem the last time I was there. So that's in the West Bank. Something that you actually notice is that you go there and there's just like trash on the ground everywhere. So we asked about it. It's like, why don't they clean it up? And someone told us that a lot of the Muslims there believe that if they clean it up, that they're going to be treating that like home, when what they really want is the rest of the land of Israel. And so they don't want to make it nice. They want it to be garbage because they don't want to think of it as their home.
That's about the dumbest thing I've heard in my entire life.
It's extremely stupid. It is extremely stupid.
And I didn't expect anything better. So
oh, they do have a point here. Jesse has a point here.
Jesse said AP for president, born in the USA, just like POTUS 44.
Yeah, you can pull it right out and say, it says right here on my passport, born in America. What?
Yeah, I was born in the USA according to my passport.
Case closed. Run for president. You got an advantage over Cenk Uygur.
I do. Cenk Uygur, you loser. Poor Khan said, I upset some people when you were gone by asking, how can a 9-year-old be too young to be Hamas, but old enough to be a bride? Well,
I have seen people pointing out the inconsistencies on these issues. Like they'll say, "Oh, what's her name? Shamima? Is it Shamima or Shamima? What? Shamima Begum." They'll say, "Oh, Britain should let her back in because she was just a teenager. She's not capable of making these life decisions." Like, wait a minute, you're the guys who say a 6-year-old is totally fine making these life decisions. So, where are you drawing the lines here? But yeah, there are all sorts of issues that you can point out where there's this total inconsistency on what they want to consider a kid.
It's stupid. It's very, very stupid. Karom said, I like your pro-Israel anti-jihadist content. Want to see if you like my pro-Israel anti-jihadist music. I got 2 songs on YouTube, Curtains and Never Again. I think you like Muhammad Hijab quote, LOL. I'll check it out.
Hey, you should make a note of that, and because we do like some jams around here.
I love it. I'm already making a note. That's what I'm.
We even make dope lyrics for some of them.
Yeah. Chrome. I'll make a note of that and I'll check it out. Okay. Michelle Muffat said, AP, did your feelings change regarding Jesus after seeing the sights? Hope David Wood didn't forcibly dunk you. Unfortunately, I really wanted to go to Nazareth and also wanted to go to the Dead Sea. And we wanted to go to the Sea of Galilee, see Capernaum and things like that. We didn't. After going there, everything changed. We didn't do that.
Yeah, so. apart from going to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre for like 15 or 20 minutes because most of it was closed. Yeah, we were mainly focused on other things. So AP screwed that up.
Unfortunately, I would really like to go again and see Nazareth. I never had in mind going and seeing Bethlehem because of where it's situated at the moment. But yeah, unfortunately, didn't really have the chance to do that yet. Poor Khan said to Pro Pals, also asked, how is the one-state solution possible if they can't even stand Jews eating falafel? I saw somebody tweet that earlier. Who was that? I saw somebody actually ask it earlier on Twitter. I think that was...
What's that mean? What's that mean? Jews and Muslims eat falafel. What's that about?
I know, but so whenever Jews eat something that is like part of the region of the culture, they're like, oh, they're stealing this from us. How dare they? How dare they do this? So,
You know what's interesting about this? Jews make better falafel than Arabs. That's true. But there's someone that makes better falafel than the Jews, and that's the Druze.
The Druze, that's what I heard.
Druze are understood to have the best falafel.
The Druze. Yeah.
In fact, if you crack open Arab falafel, it's brown on the inside. If you crack open Jewish falafel, it's green on the inside because they love life.
And if you
it even affects their cooking.
If you crack up an atheist falafel, it's black inside because they don't believe in anything. The Little Russia said, from the unknown regions to the outer rim, the Empire will suppress every person. Free Palpatine.
That actually fits. Free Palpatine. Free Palpatine.
Ari Wasserman, some badass in Turkey hooked up a Mosque's Mueddin loudspeaker system to PORN in 2017. I think I saw that. And I saw a similar record with somebody actually, some communist people hooking it up to that resistance song, Ciao Bella. And it was like, instead of the adhan, it was going, Ciao Bella, Ciao Bella, Ciao Bella, Ciao, Ciao, Ciao. It was funny. Ari Wasserman, seeing in Arabic in only most places in Israel is literally genocide. This is true. You are supposed to see it everywhere. Everywhere you walk. Otherwise, it's genocide. Ethnic cleansing, literally. Nigel said, I find myself thinking with AP's voice sometimes. Get out of my head. This is what happens. This is what happens when you listen to me, Nigel.
He wakes up and thinks, hi, this is the apostate prophet.
Yeah. The EQV says, when someone shows you who they are, believe it with them. That's what I say to. That's what I say to. Believe it with them. When they say we want to kill you, you better believe it that they want to kill you. Don't make excuses. Don't try to say, I don't believe it with them, and I believe it that they actually have a different approach, different motive. Believe it when they say that they want to kill you. That's it. It's as simple as that. What are you laughing about?
Nothing.
Okay.
Thought of a joke or something.
Oh yeah, I see. Very natural. Ari Wasserman, Dizzle should do his Song of Darwa music video wearing his kippa and headphones, which look like Pirot. Oh yeah, you should do that. You should totally do that.
The sound of Darwa.
Middle East Truth said, check Islam Debunked and Jihad Explained on my channel. Been a while, still very informative and relevant. David, you're going to love it. Well, 15 shekels can probably buy David's attention. So, David, check it out. Christoforos, so how safe is it to go to Jerusalem? I was planning to go in December, but then October 7th happened. Jerusalem is pretty safe. It's pretty good.
Pretty darn safe. There's soldiers all over the place. There are IDF soldiers with machine guns all over the place.
Yeah, and border police and IDF, everyone. It's a very safe place. There was a very funny conversation that we were having. It wasn't funny. I just like to use the word funny whenever I can't find any other word.
Yeah, sometimes you catch yourself because it'll be something horrible, like a slaughter or something like that, and you'll go, the interesting thing is...
That's what happened when we were driving on that day, the 20th, and I was talking about the kibbutz system, and I said, the funny thing is, the ironic thing is, because I realized what I'm about to say is like very horribly morbid and bad. And
yeah, the most hilarious part to me as an atheist is...
yeah. Yes, Jerusalem safe. Oh yeah, we were talking to this Christian living in the old city of Jerusalem, and we were talking about the conflict, and there's something interesting that he said. He said, living among the Muslim population, it is difficult because we are surrounded by Muslims. They are the majority here, and we don't usually have any problems with them. Like there are no like there's nothing bad going on between us, no fights, and so on. But there's always, constantly like tension in the air, and it always feels like something is brewing, and things could at some point with a trigger get out of hand. And there's also the one aspect, which is that we are, as Christians here, are caught in the middle of a conflict between the Muslim population and the Jews. And here is the issue. He said, when we go through a security checkpoint, for example, and they see that we are, not Jewish, they stop us and they investigate further. But once they see that we have a cross in the car, they suddenly treat us better. When they see that we are Christians, they treat us
It's
better.
funny.
And
This was a
Muslims see
Christian.
that.
He was complaining about it. He was saying how
Yeah.
messed up it is that that Christians are treated better for security purposes than Muslims are. And you start arguing with him, and I'm like, I don't want to start this argument here. So I'm
But
trying
the-
to like,
but
oh,
the guy-
so
the
I'm
guy
like,
said-
I'm like AP. Yeah, I'm like AP. What you're saying is, hey, you do have lots of Muslims who want to do terrorist attacks, so it makes sense. And you're pointing out that from the perspective of peaceful Muslims, this is kind of messed up. So yeah, you're both fine. I was trying to.
Yeah. He was explaining how when we are in the middle of this, and when the Muslims see that the Israelis treat us better once they find out that we are Christians and not Muslims, and their suspicions kind of are like, oh, okay, everything all right. The Muslims see this and they get angry at us because they think we are being treated like with privilege because we're not Muslims. So
Yeah.
it's
And you
like
can- by
their
the way,
anger at us is rising.
You can imagine this though. Take not the Jews and Christians for friends; they are friends of each other. Right?
Yes,
So you can
precisely.
see what this. But think about it. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy because you have to be suspicious of these two groups and be against these two groups. But then these two groups, they know you're against them, and then they start getting suspicious of you, and then it makes you, oh, you see, they are more hostile to us. Yeah, because you're dumb book, man.
Yeah, and I said to the guy, they have a point. I grew up Muslim, and I grew up in a Muslim household, and it's not easy. Islam really has a big problem, and Muslims do have a big problem with Jews. And the guy's response to me was, Muslims have a problem with everybody. While he's arguing that Muslims shouldn't be treated like that. So
Yeah.
it was a very funny conversation. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Christophoros, you said you're going in I don't know. Did he mean last December and he changed his mind, or is he thinking
I don't
about
know.
next December? But I'm going to be there in December again. So if you're going in December, yeah, I'm going to be there. I have to say, for anyone who's planning on taking a trip, this is actually a really, really, really good time to visit Israel, because if you want to go see sites, lots of places that you have to wait in lines. Like if you go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre during a high tourist time, you could wait for hours to get into the tomb. What did we wait? Like 60 seconds?
Yeah.
There was like one group of like 3 or 4 people in front of us. They went in as a group, and then that was it. So there's no one in any of these places. Like I was up on the Temple Mount. I'm thinking, because I'm up there for a while, that they're going to be a bunch of people up there, and there's no one up. I mean, there are some people scattered around and so on, but the point is, if you want to actually see sites without a big crowd, this is a really good time to get over there.
Yeah, people think this is a bad time because there's a war. No, in Israel, life is going on as usual, except everyone is aware of what's going on. In Gaza, the situation is different, of course. In Israel, everything is all right. So it's a very good time to go and visit. And that's good. Sad how clueless and ignorant those Israelis who spoke to Palestinist ideology, not ethnos, pan-Arabic Islamic imperialism in the land of Israel. It's true. I showed some people in Israel videos of Hamas leaders saying, we want to first get rid of all the Jews and then establish a caliphate. And they were shocked to see that. Lots of people are not aware. And the Israeli government is kind of trying to control the narrative and make it look like we can just all live in peace, because Israel is basically trying to de-radicalize the Muslims in there, while also making it less about a religious struggle, because they want to create harmony and peace between the Muslim population and the Jewish population inside Israel, which is why the Muslims inside Israel are very different from the Muslims outside of Israel in terms of how they view Jews and all that. It's very, very interesting. Mr. K, a Dutch Jewish woman who went back to Israel to fight, has been informed that when she returns, she's facing genocide charges.
Well, I guess she has a good reason to stay in Israel then.
That she's facing, that somebody is suing, I guess, but not that she'll actually be, she actually get into any real trouble. Render unto Caesar says, welcome me back, gents. I hope you had a great time and looking forward to all the Zionist content. I hope so too. We will have a bunch of Zionist content here. Gwyneth Isaac said, I saw the paratroopers in the West Bank practicing with their paragliders in the background on another YouTube channel. It wasn't the religious jihad channel. By the way, it was Islamic gardening channel. Well, there was one thing that I was that I learned when I went there, which is that so I was talking to somebody who was a politician, and she told me that that there were always signs that something is going on the other side of the borders, and that especially the women who were looking out and watching were saying, guys, there's something happening. Things are not like they used to be. There's something going on. But the Israeli security didn't take the issue as seriously as it was. There were signs.
And we saw that over and over again, where everyone was saying no one was taking it seriously. They thought anyone who was saying they're under attack is completely nuts. And the woman who was at that place in what'd you call it? Sderot? Yeah. She runs a little kind of a shelter area, and she said it was a holiday. She didn't even show up. Show up to the place because she's like, it's a holiday, nothing's going on, no one's going to be there and stuff. Then there's the attack. Then she rushes there because she's got a job to do in case of attack. Everyone's been slaughtered in the area, and she's like, I would have been dead too. I'm alive right now because I didn't show up because it was a holiday today, and I thought there was going to be nothing to do. And so that's going on a lot.
Yeah, they didn't expect that at all. I gave an interview to I was interviewed by JNS TV, Jewish News Syndicate, which is on YouTube. They're going to publish it, I think they said, like this next week or so.
It's funny. It has like a crime syndicate. Like whenever I hear syndicate, I think of like a crime syndicate or something like that.
Yeah,
a Jewish news syndicate sounds like some gangster journalist. You know what I mean?
It does. So they were interviewing me, and I told them there that I find it very funny that outside, when people make these, tell these narratives and these conspiracy theories about Israel and about Jews, they make it look like Israel is this mastermind, genius, evil that is controlling the narrative and this and that. But then when you go there, you see how it's like all over the place, and
we both got that impression. Like we're there in a they're sort of like media center. They have an entire building, and we were there, and they're like, this group is focused on this, and this group is focused on that, and this group is focused on this, and we're walking through there, and we're like, they're focusing on the things that are most relevant to the Jewish population. It's bringing back the hostages, and we were attacked on October 7th. And that is the message they keep just hammering out. But I mean, I actually got ticked off with them. And I'm like, guys, do you not realize how you were getting blasted on social media? You're not responding to any of the most relevant things that you're being attacked on social media, because we interact with the Muslims, and we got the Nick Fuentes fans coming at us and stuff. So we hear from these guys, and they're constantly bombarding you on like 5 or 6 core issues. And they're convincing, and guess what? They're wrong on every single one of these. You don't have to lose any of these, but you guys don't respond. Everything you're saying is just, let's keep reminding people that we got hostages out there, and let's keep reminding people that we were attacked. And it's like, you've got all these other issues. And it's like, I mean, just as an example, that I mean, I get tons of messages, David, if you go there, you're going to get spit on. It's false. Yes, there could be a situation where it could potentially happen. It's just massively probable. It's just massively improbable. And yet you have all these guys out here that thinks a Christian can't walk down the street without having a bunch of Jews spit all over him. It's like, you could actually respond to that with simple videos like, hey, I'm a Christian. I walked around with this bling cross all day long, walking around Jerusalem. What happened to me? You post videos. You could actually fix these claims. And they're not interested. So I'm looking at that going, from the perspective of, I'm just a YouTuber who's doing it by myself for years. It's like any YouTuber could tell you what you need to be doing here. And you guys, you don't get it. You're not thinking about what other people are saying around the world and responding to that stuff. And so, yeah, everyone thinks there are these masterminds and masters of propaganda and stuff. No, they're not good. They're not good at countering propaganda. They're interesting.
Yeah.
Which is, it's actually cool because it's like, this gives other people a chance to, help them out a bit.
Yeah.
So we'll take care. Well, don't worry, Israel. We'll take care of that for you.
Alhamdulillah. Shebrew says, that's a nice name. Shebrew says you should have E. Howard Bloom on your show. Who is that? I don't know who that is.
Act like you don't know who E. Howard Bloom is.
I will not have somebody on my channel that I don't know. I don't know who that is. I first have to find out. I'll check, and then I'll let you know. Ari Wasserman said, Alan, was that a good move? Messing with my servant Sharmuta. With my servant Sharmuta, badass Israeli girl. It was the perfect move. Thanks, Alan.
But it's the same thing over and over again. It's, let's launch a terrorist attack on these, knowing what's coming. Let me call this woman a whore, noticing even though she's going to completely humiliate me. Let's talk a bunch of trash to David Wood and the Apostate prophet, knowing David's going to walk up there and talk a bunch of trash about our prophet right outside our third holiest site. And it's just, guy, why do you do it? Why do you do it? They're the most psychologically fragile. They're the most psychologically fragile people. They can't handle criticism. They can't handle a word of criticism. And if you really couldn't handle criticism, it seems the solution would be the nicest people on the planet, and so people would feel bad about criticizing your position and so on. Instead, you start things with everyone, and you cry like babies whenever anyone responds. It's I don't know. It's pathetic.
It's because babies are cute. The Shin Bet said you forgot some of your shekels. I will go back there and get them soon. I know that I'm aware of that. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Let's say hello to the Shin Bet. Deku said, is there any chance you guys are going to make a Discord server? Love you both and God bless. I'm working on it as we speak.
Yeah, David doesn't know that for 9 years.
David doesn't know what Discord even is. He has no idea.
Knows too much. People talk to each other.
That's true. That's like real life. Knows too much said it was foolish to give Muslims rule over the Temple Mount, emboldened their pan-Arabic Islamic campaign, prevented archaeological digs and other visiting. It's true.
Yeah. And there's situations like in the 1967 war when the Jews took it over because they were in a war and they put a flag up and they got ordered, take that down. It's offensive.
Well, considering that in the ideal future, all of it will be Israel anyway, I would say that it's no big deal. Just you need to wait a little bit.
And just so everyone knows, the Temple Mount is a really huge area. So even if you wanted, I mean, seriously, if Muslims wanted to impress the world and make a difference about how things are going, if they really wanted to get along, they would say, hey, we've got this. We've got the Dome of the Rock up there. We've got the Al-Aqsa Mosque, but this place is huge. It is. It's like, I can't describe. I wanted to record myself going around the entire thing up on the temple grounds. It's huge. It's like the size of like 20 football fields. If Muslims ever wanted to actually impress people, they should be like, hey guys, there's room up here for all of us. We've got our place. Jews, why don't you have a place over here? And Christians, you have a place over there, and we'll all get along up there. But they can't. We have to, because Muhammad flew his magic flying donkey monster here, so we get it. It's ours.
When you want to describe the size of a place and you say 20 football fields, first off, nobody in the world except dumb Americans know how big a football field is.
Every person who knows anything about anything knows exactly what a football field is. I can't help it if they're poor, broke people who can't afford a television or a real sport.
Well. burned. Um, burned. Hamas is a sharmuta that belongs to Israel already. It is. IDF is taking care of the Hamas sharmuts very quickly. Brecht said, "Hello, David. I'm an overeducated Jewish dude, and my friend from college who studied Middle Eastern studies said I need to read tafsir before I criticize Islam. What's my response?" I would tell him to just read tafsir.
Yeah, one, I would, if you have the time to read the tafsir, that is not going to help your friend, because the tafsir is going to agree with exactly what you criticize. If you want to criticize jihad or child brides, right, the tafsir is only going to confirm what you're saying. It's modern Muslims who are going against the Quran and the tafsir when they reinterpret these things. So if you wanted to, yes, you could, and the tafsir is only going to confirm what you're saying. With that said, if you're not that interested and you don't want to study the tafsir, just call bull on him and say, wait, the Quran claims over and over and over and over again to be Allah's clear speech. The Quran says that the Quran explains itself in complete detail. It's perfect. It's perfectly clear. So you can ask your Muslim friend, wait, Allah had all eternity to get his speech exactly the way he wanted it. He finally got the perfect book, the perfectly clear book that proclaims his message. And you're saying, no, don't go there. I have to go to later guys who actually said it better than Allah. That's what you're saying. That's what you're telling me. I do that. And just, yeah. So notice what he's saying is actually an attack on his book. You just have to point it out. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at this comment or something I was saying? Because nothing I was saying was funny. Not even slightly. I was dead serious.
At the super chat here.
That would be funny. Or we have...
That wouldn't be a very good video for YouTube.
No, I mean, what's crazy is Muhammad Hijab, he will use what Rabbi Shmuley's daughter does and use that as an insult. But that's Muhammad Hijab's buddy. So we could use this as an insult in like debates and so on. It's like, the Quran is harder. This is harder than Muhammad Hijab's penis after taking some of Ali Dawa's Viagra.
Peace be upon me, said, "Welcome back, boys. David Wood thought you went to Saudi Arabia to steal the black stone since you were so close. I'm visiting Middle East, including Turkey soon. No, don't go to Turkey. It's dangerous, man. Stay out of Turkey.
That would be a funny movie called like Stealing the Black Stone. And like, you go there and you pretend to be a Muslim because you're like, oh, well, yes, I am a Muslim because I submit to God. And that's what the Dawa guys say, that if you submit to God, you're a Muslim. So let me in there. And then you have some tools up under your little thawb. You got your little thawb on. You got some tools under there. And you go up and you act like you're going to kiss it. But nope, you pry it out of there and bolt.
Yeah.
But they got soldiers all over the place, as you saw when that woman whipped out a Palestinian flag and she got swarmed by soldiers because MBS ain't putting up with that stuff, apparently. But so you'd have to be like instantly like airlifted, like you snatch the black stone and then the helicopter comes by and lifts you up. You'd have to do something, but it can be done. It can be done.
Notice. Yeah. I would always advise against going to Turkey because
it's a garbage place.
Turkey's tourism has been in severe decline, and Turkey really relies on tourism. And you know what? I would say I want to do my contribution and say, hey, don't go to Turkey. Don't go to Turkey.
Stay away from Turkey.
Don't contribute to its tourism sector. Let it die. Let it decline, because it's good to see. Because Turkey is living the consequences of the political, direction that it has been going. And I would just say, hey, let it die. Don't go there. Or at least if you're going to go there, don't spend much money there. Let it die. That's how I feel about Turkey. And then you can eat the turkey. Blue said, did you see the 45-minute film? Yeah. Blue, did you see the 45-minute film? Unfortunately, that was one of the plans, but we didn't get to see it because they stopped showing it when we went there.
But we saw some of the additional stuff.
I did, however, get in touch with somebody on getting the footage, on viewing it myself, upon which I was connected with an important government person who said she will try to get me a viewing outside of Israel. And also the same day, I got sent a huge drive full of every single footage that is out there that is published or unpublished. And that actually added to the whole thing that was on on the 20th when we toured the whole site, and I just opened it and looked a bit through it, and I thought to myself, what in the world? Why would I do
We
this
were
right now?
we
So
were watching extra footage in Sderot,
yeah, we did. We were a little bit.
like of the little girl. Her mom and dad got
Oh my
killed, and she's wandering around. She doesn't know what's going on. She's 4, and she's like wandering around, like looking for her mom and dad when they just got blown away by Hamas, and just like wandering around this area and stuff like this, like confused.
Yeah. It is on
Yeah,
security
messed up.
cameras at a roundabout where they get out of their vehicle and the girl's parents are killed, and she's just out there standing and not knowing what to do.
Yeah,
while
you
the
actually got
girls
to
are-
see how some of these guys are moving. They show up and there's a bunch of them packed into a car. They kill somebody, then a couple guys jump in their car. They move around, take over another car, jump in there. So they're just spreading out. And yeah,
Oh, there's another one where this happens right in front of the Sderot police station, actually, where the terrorists come, and a vehicle that they see, they start shooting at it and kill the guy, kill the father and the mother, as far as I remember. And in the car, in the vehicle, there is a little baby and the older sister, a little girl, crying. So Hamas was, I guess, merciful enough not to shoot those little ones in the car. But in that vehicle where the baby and the little girl were sitting together with their parents, they shot the parents in front of them, killed the parents in front of them, massacred those parents in front of them, regular civilians who have nothing to do with any army or anything at all. They killed them right there on the spot in the middle of the street, and left the children there crying right behind their dead parents. And the police arrives.
Military target.
And the police arrives, and the girl tells the police officer, and she's brave enough to like, oh, they killed our parents, and we're here. It's my younger sister or brother, I don't remember, but I don't know, man. It's just. And then there are people out there, scum of the world, out there defending Hamas and what they did. Scum out there really defending Hamas and saying, oh, they're just freedom fighters. They did it for freedom. Rats, maggots, rats, filth. That's what they are. Gunaith Isaac said, it's unfair to call it Islamic gardening. He's Muslim and visits Muslim gardens, but never mentions Islam and would hate to be called Islamic gardener. Interesting. I have reached a point over the recent months and weeks where I just don't want to engage with anything or even think or see anything that has anything to do with Islam or Muslims or Muslim culture. It wasn't like that before, but after everything we have seen and after everything I have heard and read over the last weeks, I don't give a shit about Muslim culture and Islamic culture anymore. Even if it's something peaceful and nice, I don't care. Just stay away from me as far as possible. Go into your hole, support your bastards that are out there. I just don't want to engage with it at all. That's the point that I have reached, and I know that lots of people aren't on board with that. David, jump in quickly. I'm going to fix my light here.
You're fixing light? It's past
Yeah.
midnight, dude. What the heck is wrong with you fixing your light? Okay, everyone. Well, I can sit here pointing out that we've been on 4 hours, and now all of a sudden, AP wants to fix his light. This is the sort of guy that I just had to go through Israel with. A guy who will sit here for 4 hours and then decide that he has to fix his light. This is what I'm working with here. And people wonder, David, how could you get so annoyed at this man?
It's not charging anymore, so I don't care. Yeah. AP, I sent you a link to Adnan Rashid video. Interesting topic. I don't want to look at terrorists at the moment. Dor Daniel said, did you guys experience the GPS disruptions we have all around nowadays? Yes, we did. How was teleporting to Beirut? David, would you use these schmeckles for your next summit? Yeah. Yes, we did. Israel is doing there's limited, there's a lot of GPS disruptions because Hezbollah is apparently using the GPS system to direct missiles, and there's a lot of stuff that is going bad. Yeah. Cars in Depth said, great dark humor, the dance of Genghis Khan. Jeremy Mott, Oklahoma schools have tornado shelters. Israeli schools have bomb shelters. That's funny. I thought the same thing when I was at the airport. I want to say earlier. I arrived last night. When I was at the Chicago airport, I'm looking and I'm seeing the tornado shelters and things like that, and I'm thinking, this is very, very ironic. I thought about the very same thing. Karam became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. Smani made a super chat. Stuff and Things said, Prostate Prophet, you guys were there for how long? And of all the historical sites you could visit, you didn't even bother to look for Farfor's homework. The Jews bombed it, man. Can't find it anymore.
That would be a funny title for a joke movie. Finding Farfor's homework or something.
The Jews bombed his homework. Talmudic Tunnels Constructions Inc. said,
It's a goat. It's a goat with a construction hat on.
If the construction continues as it is, your private tunnel to the Blackstone will be finished in no time. Goats always get in free. Who creates these profiles? It's good.
Your fans.
It's amazing, man. Winnie the Pooh says, I wonder why the Palestine flag has the 4 colors of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse in the Bible. Interesting. I would say it's more about, it was actually a British guy who designed the flag. A British guy designed the flag of the Arab Revolt. There's a history to it. It's actually funny to bring up because it's like you can point out that the flag that many of these Arab nations use was created by a British guy and by a Western guy. So whenever these guys mention things like, oh, look, the Israelis, they don't have their own culture. They took this and this food from us, which the Israelis acknowledge. Or, these people, they use this and this of us. The entire flag that is used in different variations by the Arab nations was created by the British in order to inspire an Arab feeling of revolt against the Ottoman Empire. And the Arab nations just were inspired by that design and made their own flags with that very color. You can look that up if you look for the flag of the Arab Revolt. Who did that? Who is that? Some guy. Mark Sykes. Okay, yeah. British diplomat Sir Mark Sykes is the one who is credited with having designed the flag of the Arab Revolt, which is this. And from this flag, so it's designed by Mark Sykes. From this flag, which was designed as an inspiration of revolt against the Ottoman Empire, the Arab nations came up with different flags, all inspired by that. So the flags that the Arab nations have was made by a British guy. And it's just the same as the name of the place, Palestine, Palestinians. They took that from the British as well, because the British called it the Mandate for Palestine, which then turned into Mandatory Palestine. And the Arabs living there was like, okay, this is going to be our nation. It's going to be Palestine, and we're going to be Palestinians. It's all like Western invention. National identity, as they have it, is a Western invention. It's all Western. These guys need to shut up and sit down. Andrei Brezhnev made a super sticker. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Chris Atkinson said, what is this? Are you ignoring the open colonization? I love colonization, man. Crusader General said, AP, you should do a DNA test to discover if you have Jewish DNA. I do have Jewish DNA. I'm 100% Jewish at heart. Mark Schwarzberg made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Mr. Cockney Nutjob said, Jewish funds keep Mediterranean Sea crossing afloat. So Israel are sending the very people they are fighting to Europe while Israel takes aid from EU, UK. Sorry, but how can Israel be Europe's friends? Jewish funds keep Mediterranean Sea crossing afloat, so Israel is saying the very
Yeah,
people
this is
who are
part.
fighting
This
for
is part
Europe
of.
while Israel takes
Yeah,
aid from EU, UK.
yeah. This is
They will
part of
cause
the.
Israel be
This is
Europe's
part of the.
friend.
It's a Jewish
Woohoo,
conspiracy
it's a
to.
Jewish conspiracy to support the very place that people go to Europe. Sorry, what, David?
I was saying the same thing. It's the theory is it's a Jewish conspiracy to flood the world with Muslims who want to kill Jews.
That's true. That's true.
And this channel is by Mr. Cockney Nutjob.
Name fits, so
Mhm.
checks out. That's good. That's good. Gwyneth Isaac said, my husband was a Scottish Jew and a Christian. His mother hid his Jewishness from him because of the Holocaust, and because her husband, his stepfather, hated Jews. He only found out when he was 46. It's pretty messed up. That's pretty messed up. That's pretty messed up. Madis Dodd said, wait, Madis Dodd said, debate Norman Finkelstein. I don't think that Norman Finkelstein is even aware of my existence. He's too good and too big and too famous to debate
Look at
me.
this. AP is scared.
Chupi says, AP, you should. I heard he's going to debate Benny Morris soon. And I even heard that they're having a 2-against-2 debate where Destiny is joined by Benny Morris, and they're supposed to debate there. So Norman Finkelstein against Benny Morris. That will be interesting enough. Benny Morris is a historian on Israel who has a very balanced approach, and I I would like to see that. Norman Finkelstein is an revisionist scholar who appeals to imbeciles who hate Jews. And to see him go against an actual scholar on the issue will be a pleasure. Chupi said, AP, you should read Colossians soon and tell us what you think. I do pray for you. I shall do so. I need to read it in Hebrew so I can understand it.
Well, keep in mind, that's only 4 chapters. You can read that one very quickly.
Wait, Michelle said, yes, they are debating in a few days. Really? I'm not aware of that. When's Benny Morris, Norman Finkelstein? When is the Norman Finkelstein? Benny Morris, Norman Finkelstein. I can't see where it is and when it is, but I'll look it up. That'll be interesting to see. One actual scholar against a fraud. Sandman Delta said, David AP, I'm chilling in Dislopolis, not in Apostate town. Jesus bless you both for the work you do. Praying for both of y'all and your families. What do y'all think about the new and old Israeli settlements in the West Bank? Why are you making a super chat in Indian rupees and speaking like you're like from the middle of the United States of America? Explain yourself, Sandman Delta 2000. What is this? What kind of perversion is this? What do I think of the Israeli settlements in the West Bank? I think lots of them are completely justified. Some of them might be too aggressive, others not. Consider, for example, the whole Hebron. Like there is a settlement effort toward Hebron and around Hebron. Hebron was a Jewish city for millennia, for thousands of years. Thousands of years. For centuries before the 1900s. In 1929, the Arab population in Hebron forced the Jewish population to flee Hebron. They killed lots of people, kicked out the rest, and they had to be removed, evacuated. Some of them came back later, and they were finally completely evacuated in the late 30s. And now there are efforts by the Jewish population to get back there. Do I think that is not justified? I think that's completely justified. And the way that the other side acts,
Yeah, I have kind of mixed views on this. Guys, keep in mind, so you have the West Bank and you have Gaza. Gaza is small. The West Bank is huge. The West Bank is a huge area. So there is room for various kinds of settlements and so on. I would say it depends on your perspective. Like I can totally see saying, guys, you should not interfere with them over there. They need a place of their own. So stop settling over there. Just focus on Israel and on developing some of the undeveloped areas within Israel. So I can see that. I can also totally see, guys, we're sick of this, and we gotta keep moving in. My biggest issue. So again, I can see it from both perspectives. My real issue is like the hypocrisy involved. Like whenever Muslims complain about settlements in the West Bank, I just want to ask, like, okay, so you're saying it's wrong and immoral to move into an area and to keep moving into an area until you take over an area? You guys are saying that is wrong and immoral. Are you saying that? Because that's what you guys do everywhere. It's what you're doing everywhere you go. What you are condemning the Jews for doing is exactly what you guys are openly acknowledging that you're doing in European countries. So I'd like that to be brought up whenever the issue of the settlements comes up, just so Muslims can explain what they really mean. And what they really mean is it's okay for us to do it, but not okay for anyone else to do it. And especially not Jews. We cannot stand the Jews taking an inch of land, even though we want all land. And so I just like that clarified.
Yeah. As said, 1929 Hebron massacre. Look it up, study it. It shows very early signs of, or very, very early brutal aggressions against the Jewish population by the Arab population. People like to make it this all about 1948 and say it's because the Jews, they took over in 1948 and they kicked out a bunch of people. That's when it all started. No, it didn't start that way. It started in 1920, then in 1929, then in 1930, then in 1936. 1939, 1947, 1948. These were all Arab aggressions. Cars in depth. So many people hate Jews. When people are nice to us, we Jews appreciate it. Jew hatred may indeed be supernatural. It's certainly irrational. Thanks. (1901) Elena said, yes, AP, it's spiritual. Satan hates God's firstborn. Thank you for your contribution. I will let that marinate. Heath Blair said, shekels for your Judaism conversion fund, AP and David Wood. Alhamdulillah, thank you. Yes, thank you. Baruch Hashem. Yeah. Shalom. The Kitchen Guru said, David Wood, would you debate Tovia Singer? I don't know if David Wood would debate. I would think that David Wood wouldn't want to. Would anyway? What do you say?
I would. It would depend on the topic, because if there are people who would be way better at, like Michael Brown. If you're talking about areas of like, is Jesus the Messiah or something like that, there would be people who study how to interact with Jewish points of view way more than I do. If it's something that's if it was, did Jesus rise from the dead or something like that, I would totally do that. But if it's something on like the identity of Jesus or something like that from a Jewish perspective, there would be other people who'd be.
You see, David is scared of Tovia Singer.
Trembling.
He'll be crushed.
I'm trying to think. I can't think of. I know Muslims like to cite him because it's going back to exactly what we've been saying. Anyone that says something they can agree with, they like fixate on that. And you see, this supports us. With that said, I can't think of anything I've ever heard from Tovia Singer. So not something I've paid much attention to.
I'm just offended by Tovia Singer because he said that he likes what I do, but he doesn't want to publicly talk to me. The kitchen gurus, David Wood, would you debate Tovia Singer? Stuffin thinks that Nomi Finkelstein is Jewish Nader Ahmed.
Not funny.
Random string of characters that AP put pictures of yourself with hood up on thumbnails to get woke points like Al Jazeera English does. Seriously, try it. Working scary well for them. Put pictures of yourself with hood up on thumbnails. What? What does it mean? With hood up on thumbnails to get woke points like Al Jazeera English does. I don't understand. What hood? What hood? What hood? Like the hood? I don't know. Chantal Kohanzad said, thank you for standing with peace and humanity. No, thank you, Chantal. Thank you. Thank you. Two Moons made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. RY said just another dhimmi paying the jizya. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much. Thereby you have saved your life and you will not be killed by the gangsters. Mo made a $5 super chat and said AP is 100% right. I think the same spirit that possessed Hitler is still possessing today. I don't know. Hitler was a severe case. He was delusional. But hey, whenever somebody brings up Hitler, I just go to like a
His
half hour
speeches.
rant about Hitler. So
I just go watch his speeches all over again.
I need to contain myself.
They melt my heart.
Today the only hoodie that I have on is bring them home now. That's what I have. Bring them home now. Not to be confused with bring him young. That's usually the Islamic and Mormon thing. But so I have bring him home now, and this is in support of the hostages that are still held by Hamas, by the Hamas rapist terrorist rats. Chimun said, I admire your bravery and wonder sometimes, don't you guys get scared?
Every day I wake up and I say, is this the day? Is this the day that some jihadi comes and stabs me till I'm dead?
Yeah. Well, I need to read it again. Don't you guys get scared? Don't you guys get scared?
That's why we're so careful. That's why we're so careful as not to offend.
I admire your bravery and wonder sometimes, don't you guys get scared at times that some nut job might come after you? Yeah, I'm terrified. Terrified. No, thank you so much, Two Moons. Thank you so much. But no, they should be scared. C. Chapman said, found you guys recently, have learned a lot already. Glad you went and glad you are Homer safe. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I am Homer safe. And I love it. Thank you.
We're both Homer safe.
It was a very good trip. I liked going there, and I want to go again. I want to go again right away, but not without Muslim Cowboy. D. Bodro said, looking forward to future released footage and interviews. Thanks for countering these insane pro-Hamas crowds. Much love. Thank you.
Yeah, this is actually weird. You have multiple things that are basically just ready to go and be posted, and yet you post nothing. What is going on there?
Because I'm Homer safe, and I'll do whatever whenever I feel like it's safe to
Homer
post.
safe. I post what I want when I want.
I am Homer safe. I do whatever I want. D. Woodrow, yes, I want to make it a rule to whenever we mention Hamas to refer to them as rapist, terrorist Hamas rats. So that would be interesting to do that.
It's got. You need something that flows a little better.
Okay, fine.
So you got to put it together like child molesting, murdering, rapist. When I say Muhammad, right? You got to, it's got to flow. We'll work on it. We'll work on our Hamas thing, and then we'll get everyone saying it.
I would just say ham ass. I don't know, something.
Yeah,
like
that's too easy. That's like gay P. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's too cheap. Bean Supreme said Muhammad Hijab going to claim you are committing genocide. AP, watch out.
By the way, that is I've been pointing this out, and it's actually very disturbing that anytime you say anything that is at all correcting any claim, you hear, "Whoa, so now you're supporting genocide." So I can say, "Hey, I went around Jerusalem for multiple days wearing a cross, and you guys said that I would get spit on, and no one had any problem with it." And I will actually get the response, "I can't believe that you think this is a justification for genocide." Like, what are you looking at? Like, what? Anyway, you have a bunch of people that are programmed. They are programmed to. They can say anything, no matter how false it is, as long as it's about Jews. And if you correct a completely false claim, in other words, if it's a complete lie, and you say, "Actually, that's false," that's false. That's, "Oh, so you're supporting genocide?" Like, what the heck? Oh my goodness. Anyway, it's pretty disturbing. The reason that's so bad is that will actually wear lots of people down. If lots of people are trying to say things that are true and to correct mistakes, but every time they bring up something, anything, even if they're right, they get blasted as supporting genocide, that has an effect on people over time. They start, okay, maybe I'm just not going to say anything right now because I'm getting sick of this.
I think that's stupid. And I think people need to shift the narrative and actually push back against this ridiculous, stupid posturing and this victim playing, arrogant victim playing, which is very ironic. I would say the only genocide that was taking place was by Hamas against the Jewish people, and the IDF is doing their best right now to stop the genocide. That's what's happening. And you know what? If one side here threatens a genocide very explicitly, and they did that, Hamas repeatedly did that with a lot of support from the population, and the necessary response by Israel to that in order to stop it from happening or not allow it to happen, that genocide, if the response to that is perceived as harsh and extreme and they want to call it genocide, then call it whatever you want. Sorry, it's necessary. This Hamas wanted to commit a genocide, and it is Israel's right to stop that. Go cry me a damn river if you don't like it.
I think it's interesting how this relates to the Ottoman Empire. So the Ottoman Empire enters World War I, fighting on the side of the Germans, wrong side sports. One of the reasons they didn't last very long, because up till that time, they were considered a powerful empire. One of the reasons they were having problems, they were carrying out multiple genocides during the war. They're doing, most people have heard of the Armenian genocide, but they were also carrying out a genocide against Greeks and against Assyrians right there. As part of the Ottoman Empire, you had Arabs revolting, and the Western nations were encouraging the Arabs to revolt. Keep in mind, this is all the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire carrying out all these genocides and having all these revolts among people groups in the empire because people hated them. They lose. The Ottoman Empire loses, and then Western nations take over the Ottoman Empire to decide what to do to make sure other groups aren't genocided. One of the things that's eventually done is let's make sure Israel has its own little piece of land out of this giant empire. Let's make sure Jews have their own little piece of land so that people can't genocide them. And it somehow becomes the most evil thing ever when part of the reasoning was there are so many genocides going on. And after World War II, Jews had just gone through one. Hey, let's give them one little tiny spot where they can control it themselves. And it becomes, to our time, the most evil thing in history.
Alhamdulillah. JBL said Harbu Darbu. There's a song that was #1 in Israeli charts, a rap song of this duo that is all about the war and about supporting the soldiers and finishing the other side. And it just goes like 1, 2, shoot, and goes, the dogs will get what's coming for them. And it mentions Nasrallah, Hania, and some other leaders. It also funnily mentions Dua Lipa, Bella Hadid, and Mia Khalifa. That song is called Harbu Darbu. That's very, 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 very fun thing to notice. I listened to that quite a few times when I was there. XXWLZXX said, would you characterize Israel as liberal or conservative? How right-wing is it? Are there theocratic tendencies among Jews? It's a very complicated issue. Israel is a state that cannot be described as a secular state or as a religious state. It is kind of like an in-between thing.
Yeah, just like on every issue, they seem like partly a traditional religious state and like a modern Western nation. They seem simultaneously conservative and liberal. It's a
It is a state that is built on Jewish values, that has Jewish values, but Jewish values are also then meant to be pretty much secular in practice. The state doesn't have religious rulings. It doesn't even make reference to God or anything like that. And the politics are very much split. Like for most of Israel's history, it was left-leaning, liberal, and a Labor Party was in charge. Recently, it has turned more toward conservatism and right-wing politics, and the narrative has been harsher against Palestinian demands and Hamas and all that. That is kind of taking over, and like right-wing conservative politics is getting stronger lately. But yeah, there's still a lot of very, very leftist stuff in Israel. It is balanced. It's quite balanced. But people will just take whatever they want from when they hear about Israel. They will often just reference the hardcore right-wing religious party and look what they're saying. This is Israel. And it's like 5% of the population voted for them. Alex L says, as a Jewish guy who has been pissed off by the massive wave of anti-Semitism since October 7, it's nice to know people like AP and David Wood still care about the truth. Great kippas too. I know. I wanted to get one of these things and just got it like there. Just bought it. It was kind of, I thought it was cool. So yeah.
That's what beast.
Yeah. I mainly use it just to drink water. Refill it, drink like
this. Here's how the Muslim crowd thinks. Put yours up here.
Yeah.
This is how they think. No, put it over here. Ooh, look, it's like Zabubas. For that's what they think. These Dawa guys all have one-track minds. They look like Zabubas if you put them together. Let me go get some of Holy Dawa's Viagra and my goat.
I want to put my Zabuba between those Zabubas. Oh man. Sanke is seeing the vids. Is David Wood a giant or is AP a man? David Wood is a giant. David Wood is a giant, and that's it. Alex, much support. All the best. We are with you, or at least I am with you, and I'm proud of it, no matter what people say. Some guy said, do you guys think Israel should annex the West Bank and integrate Palestinians into Israeli society? And Israel should have kept the Sinai? I personally think that Israel shouldn't have kept the Sinai.
I don't want the Sinai.
It was a very good strategic move. It was the perfect move by Israel to give it back to Egypt for peace. It worked. Egypt basically was like, okay, let's take it, and here, let's officially recognize each other. That worked very well. And now Egypt is like that whole peace agreement with Egypt prevented groups like Hamas from having more vital support that they would need. Egypt is very much collaborating with Israel and has been since Hamas took over. So that's very good. It worked out very well. In terms of annexing the West Bank, also known as Judea and Samaria, integrating that's the thing. Like when I ask people about integrating Palestinians, they're like, yeah, it would be nice to have this place united, but then we would have to give Palestinians equal rights and have to give them the right to vote on matters of politics. And you know how that could end very quickly.
Yeah, they elect all of a sudden a Hamas-like group.
The Arab population within Israel is doing quite well because they are not influenced by groups like Hamas and all that, because they are there is an effort to integrate them into Israeli society. There is a poll, and I bring this up quite often, but there is a poll that is that shows how people feel about Jews when Muslims in the Palestinian territories are asked how they feel about Jews. 99% say unfavorably. When they ask Israeli Arabs how they feel about Jews, more than 50% say they view Jews favorably. The huge difference. These are supposed to be the same population, like Arabs inside Israel and Arabs in the Palestinian territories. In the Palestinian territories, they hate Jews almost unanimously. Within Israel, the Arabs, most of them say, we like Jews, we're okay with them. And this is because those Arabs inside Israel are away from the influence of messed up groups and are actually seeing how it is to live with Israelis and with Jews, and they are under the Israeli influence. It works well. But if you suddenly annexed the Palestinian territories and integrated these people into the society, things could get messed up very quickly.
Yeah, and you can think of that from a similar perspective. Like lots of European nations are starting to realize the impact of importing massive numbers of Muslims, right? The impact that is having on their society, with even having 6 or 8 or 9% Muslim population in a Western nation is becoming really, really, really problematic. So if you think of, oh, now we're going to take the West Bank and that's all going to be part of Israel now, you could think of it as along the same lines as you just imported a ton of Muslims into your country.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
And they reproduce faster than you. So do the math. So anyway, point is difficult situation.
It will not be the perfect move. Don't do that. One actor said David should make a compilation of every time he says "you see." I think David should make a compilation of every time he says "notice."
That would be like a 50,000 just with the UC. That would be like a 55,000 hour video.
Notice how long that would be.
That would be long.
Notice how much you would have to collect.
No one pays any attention to anything until I tell them to notice.
Aisha's goat said, Muhammad spent a year with me. Other goats, when he was under black magic, thought he slept with all his wives, but actually he only slept with us. Though Dr. Zulan says, welcome back, boys. Hope you enjoyed your visit, and I hope you make a video on the Gaza you don't see by other Barak, and how Gaza really isn't open-air prison people always talk about. I know Gaza was quite an okay place before the war.
And it would be significantly better if they just got the terrorism out of their minds.
Yeah,
like that could be like Dubai if they stop. I mean, the amount of money being sent into the place from the rest of the world, these guys could live like kings if they just got it out of their heads that they have to go kill Jews.
Yeah, Gaza was an average place to live before October 7. Anyone who says, "Oh, Gaza was an open-air prison, it was a terrible place to live, they had no other choice," just doesn't know anything and is completely ignorant and shouldn't be taken seriously for a second. It had better living standards than South Africa, which is the very nation that is currently trying to sue Israel for genocide. So ironic. Hello, Yidi says, made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm not even joking. On the Human Development Index, you saw Gaza ranking higher than South Africa. I'm serious. Christian says, did David Wood take the goat? I'm looking forward to seeing pictures of him enjoying the sights. Did David Wood take what kind of a perverted question is this?
It's the only goat I have.
You mean that goat? Okay, I see. Based. Bobby Crowley said, I can't believe the Dawa guys haven't thought to make channel like Cameron Bertuzzi's. They could call it Capturing Kafirs. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. The Dawa boys didn't do a lot of things. They also didn't go to Israel and
but they should spell capturing with a K. That would be funnier, right? Oh, capturing Kafirs, but with 2 Ks.
KK. And then you just need another K. Yeah. Capturing, I don't know, something Kafirs. Then it will be KKK. That'd be funny. Moo Cow said, Islam dies without lies. Welcome back to exposing Islam's lies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Realize. Carson Death said, Israel is supposedly a colonial settler state, while countries of Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq were all created by Brits and French with fries. That's exactly what happened. I know. People are selectively outraged. Yigal Gurevich says, what type of cuisine from different cultural backgrounds have you tried while in Israel, and which ones did you enjoy? We ate a lot of shawarma while we were there. We went to a regular Israeli restaurant one night and ate a bunch of seafood, and I must say it was like the most delicious food I have eaten in my entire life.
Yeah, that spicy tuna stuff was good. I ate a whole fish called breen, and it sucked. But everything before that was delicious. I ordered a breen just because I'd never had a breen before, and I never will again. Just so everyone knows.
What was the place called? The place was
With that said, I'm not attacking the fish. I generally don't like fish except a couple. There's a couple fish I like, and so it was, I should try one to find out if I like this. I did not like it. You may love it, but yeah.
there was a place called Satya in Jerusalem that we went to, which is a place about that is seafood and meat, and I loved it. I don't know. I didn't expect anything going into that place. It was amazing. Yeah. I just go and said, what is this? I just go to make another super chat and said, oh man. Knows too much said it's laughable hearing about so-called Arab food. Real Arab food is what nomads ate on the desert. All the Arab food is not actually Arab. Jews lived in place. It originated from before Muslims. Alhamdulillah. Aisha's good said, oh boy. Iris Pablo said Mabuhay, AP, and David Wood. What does that mean? What language is that? God bless both of you and Israel. Some made up language. What the language is, I don't know. Rai said Sahih Muslim 2944 says that Dajjal will be followed by 70,000 Jews of Isfahan, but less than 10,000 Jews remain in Iran. How is this possible? Well, obviously they will move there again, and then they will come from that place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do have some of these problematic hadith predictions that don't seem possible anymore. But yep.
Alhamdulillah.
You'll eventually have Muslims saying, we must defeat Israel so that they can move to Iran and fulfill the prophecy.
Alhamdulillah. Grenade is actually a bunch of Aussies and Aussie bush horses brought on down the Ottoman Empire. They took Beersheba, then rode to Damascus, got there 48 hours before Lawrence, then rode to Jerusalem 48 hours before Lawrence. Agreed. Zohar Donenher said, thank you. Hope you had a good trip. Did you meet up in Israel? Bring them home now. We didn't do a meetup in Israel because we had no time. David was like, let's go to make a meetup there. Everybody come. And we barely had time to breathe. So that was the issue. RJ Solomon made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's it. We're through all the super chats. And David Wood has been yawning for 2 hours now. So it's time to go to sleep for David.
Yeah, my wife's leaving tomorrow, and no nurse all day or all night tomorrow. So this right now is my last chance for sleep until Monday, probably around 8 o'clock.
That's good to know. Hey, make more super chats, guys. Make more super chats.
Keep them going. Keep them going all night long.
Make more super chats. Make more super chats. Send messages to David. All right. Okay, then we shall leave it here. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for joining. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. We will be here once again quite soon. Until then, make sure to take your notes and
Lose faith. I tell you, lose faith. It's better for you.
And then also, of course, as a result of that,
You're sitting there watching Netflix.
and finally,
Homosexuality should be fine.
yes. And with all that said, thanks everyone. Shalom. And as they always say,
Stay away from Islam.
peace.